The Constitution of the United Kingdom is one of the most unique and historically layered systems of governance in the modern world. Unlike many nations that have a single codified document, such as a formal constitution enshrining all the laws, powers, rights, and structures of government, the United Kingdom possesses what is known as an uncodified constitution. This means that rather than being contained in one document, the constitutional framework of the nation is found across various statutes, common law rulings, conventions, treaties, and documents of historical significance. These sources together create a dynamic and adaptable system which has evolved over centuries, shaped by both tradition and necessity. At the heart of the United Kingdom's constitutional structure are both written and unwritten elements. The written parts include foundational documents such as the Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, various acts of union, and modern laws like the Human Rights Act. Meanwhile, the unwritten parts are composed of conventions, historical practices, and legal traditions that are not set out in law but are followed as essential customs. The flexibility afforded by this lack of codification allows the Constitution to change over time without requiring formal amendment procedures, which is considered both a strength and a weakness depending on perspective. One of the most historically significant components of the United Kingdom's constitutional order is the Magna Carta, first agreed upon in the early 13th century. Though many of its provisions are now obsolete, the spirit of the Magna Carta has lived on. It introduced the principle that the monarch must act within the law and that certain rights were guaranteed to the people, particularly concerning justice and the use of courts. It also introduced the idea that the monarch must seek counsel before making important decisions, laying a foundational precedent for what would become the institution of Parliament. Following the upheavals of the 17th century, including civil wars and the eventual Glorious Revolution, Parliament gained supremacy over the monarch. This transition was cemented by key documents such as the Bill of Rights and the Claim of Right Act. These acts enshrined the authority of Parliament and declared that the election of its members must be free from interference. It marked the beginning of parliamentary sovereignty, the principle that Parliament is the highest legislative authority and can make or repeal any law. This principle remains a cornerstone of the Constitution today. Over the centuries, the geographical makeup of the United Kingdom also changed through formal unions. The Treaty of Union in the early 18th century merged the kingdoms of England and Scotland into a single entity, the Kingdom of Great Britain. Later, the Acts of Union in the early 19th century joined Ireland into the structure, forming the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. However, the Irish Free State eventually gained independence in the early 20th century, reducing the Union to its current form, with Northern Ireland remaining part of the United Kingdom. A significant milestone in the journey toward modern democracy was the Representation of the People Act, passed in the early 20th century. This legislation granted universal suffrage to all adult citizens over the age of 21, regardless of gender or property ownership. It was the culmination of many years of struggle by reformers, suffragists, and working-class advocates who fought for a more inclusive electoral system. This act transformed the United Kingdom into a representative democracy in which each adult citizen holds an equal right to vote. Following the global devastation of the Second World War, the United Kingdom became a founding member of several international organizations. It joined the Council of Europe, which was created to promote human rights, democracy, and the rule of law throughout the continent. It also became a founding member of the United Nations, an international body dedicated to maintaining peace and security around the globe. Later, the country joined the European Economic Community, which eventually became the European Union. This membership lasted until the early 21st century, when the United Kingdom formally exited the European Union after a national referendum. Domestically, the Constitution recognizes several core institutions, including Parliament, the judiciary, the executive, and regional or local governments. Parliament is composed of two chambers, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The House of Commons is elected through general elections held across 650 constituencies, each returning one member of Parliament. These members represent the will of the people and initiate the majority of legislative proposals. The House of Lords, in contrast, is mostly appointed and serves as a revising chamber that can delay but not ultimately block legislation passed by the Commons. Legislation passed by Parliament becomes law only after undergoing 3 readings and amendments in both houses, followed by the formal consent of the monarch. Although this royal assent is required by tradition, it has not been refused since the early 18th century. In practice, the monarch serves as a ceremonial figurehead and does not interfere with the decisions of the elected government. All government actions are taken in the name of the Crown, a legal embodiment of the state, but the true power lies with the elected officials and ministers who act on behalf of the public. The executive branch of government is led by the Prime Minister, who is typically the leader of the political party with a majority in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister appoints a cabinet composed of other ministers who oversee departments such as health, education, defense, and the economy. These departments are managed by professional civil servants and are responsible for implementing government policies and running public services. The Prime Minister must maintain the confidence of Parliament to remain in office and is held accountable through regular debates, questions, and votes. The judiciary plays a crucial role in interpreting the law and ensuring that government actions comply with the Constitution. The highest court in the United Kingdom is the Supreme Court, composed of 12 justices who hear appeals from lower courts in England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. While courts in the United Kingdom do not have the power to strike down acts of Parliament as unconstitutional, they can rule on whether actions taken by the executive or public bodies are lawful. They also have the authority to interpret whether legislation is compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. The Human Rights Act, passed in the late 20th century, incorporated the European Convention on Human Rights into domestic law. This act requires all public authorities to respect fundamental rights such as the right to life, liberty, fair trial, freedom of expression, and freedom from torture or slavery. If a court finds that a law is incompatible with these rights, it can issue a declaration of incompatibility, prompting Parliament to amend the law, although it cannot nullify it outright. The Act has significantly increased the ability of individuals to challenge the actions of public authorities and has strengthened the rule of law in the United Kingdom. Judicial review is another important mechanism through which the courts ensure that public bodies act within their legal powers. Any citizen can bring a case challenging the legality of a decision made by a public authority. If the court finds that the decision was unlawful, it can quash the action, require it to be reconsidered, or issue orders to compel or prohibit future actions. Judicial review has become an increasingly important tool for holding government accountable, especially in cases involving administrative decisions, immigration, education, and health. Regional devolution is another key feature of the modern constitutional framework. In recent decades, the United Kingdom has devolved significant powers to legislatures in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. These devolved governments have authority over areas such as education, health, transportation, and local government. Each region has its own legislature and executive, which are democratically elected and responsible for their respective policy areas. While the central parliament in Westminster retains the power to legislate on matters reserved to the United Kingdom as a whole, such as defense and foreign affairs, the devolved governments have wide latitude to govern domestic matters in their regions. The constitutional role of the monarch, while largely ceremonial, continues to be symbolically significant. The monarch represents continuity and tradition and is regarded as the embodiment of the state. All laws are passed in the name of the Crown, and all public officials act under the authority of the monarch. However, the monarch is bound by constitutional conventions that restrict direct involvement in government. For example, the monarch must appoint the Prime Minister, who can command a majority in the House of Commons, but has no discretion in choosing candidates. In addition to these domestic structures, the United Kingdom is also an active participant in global governance. It is a founding member of the International Labour Organization and the World Trade Organization. These institutions provide forums for cooperation on issues such as labor standards, trade rules, and economic policy. Through its participation, the United Kingdom influences international regulations and aligns its domestic policies with global standards. The Constitution of the United Kingdom is a complex and living system shaped by centuries of legal development, political conflict, and institutional innovation. Its uncodified nature allows for flexibility and adaptation, but also requires a high degree of political stability and respect for tradition. At its core, the Constitution is based on principles of parliamentary sovereignty, the rule of law, democracy, and respect for human rights. Through the combined efforts of Parliament, the judiciary, the executive, and devolved governments, the constitutional order continues to evolve, reflecting the changing needs and values of the British people. While challenges remain, especially in areas such as judicial power, human rights, and the balance between central and devolved authority, the Constitution remains a central pillar of public life in the United Kingdom. Sodium cyanoborohydride is an important reagent in organic chemistry, valued for its role in reductive amination and as a mild reducing agent. Because of its selectivity and relative stability, it has become useful across pharmaceuticals, materials science, and biochemistry. Researchers study it extensively for its chemical behavior, methods of preparation, practical applications, and the safety measures required when handling it. Chemically, sodium cyanoborohydride is composed of a sodium ion paired with a cyanoborohydride ion, which consists of a boron atom bonded to 3 hydrogens and a carbon that is triple bonded to nitrogen. This structure gives the compound its reducing ability, allowing it to transfer hydride ions in reactions. Physically, it is a white to light yellow crystalline solid that dissolves in water and polar solvents, but not in nonpolar solvents. It has a relatively high melting point and a density close to that of water. Under normal conditions it is stable, but it decomposes in strong acids or bases, and its mild reducing strength makes it safer than many other reagents. Its main advantage lies in its selectivity, reducing imines and aldehydes while leaving other functional groups largely unaffected. Because it contains a cyanide group, sodium cyanoborohydride poses environmental risks if not carefully managed, as cyanide compounds are toxic to aquatic life. Proper disposal and greener synthesis methods are therefore increasingly emphasized. The compound is most commonly synthesized by reacting sodium borohydride with hydrogen cyanide, which produces sodium cyanoborohydride and hydrogen gas. This method requires strict safety precautions due to the high toxicity of hydrogen cyanide. Alternative preparation routes include reactions of sodium cyanide with boranes or other boron compounds, as well as catalytic transfer methods, offering flexibility depending on available resources and safety considerations. Its applications are wide-ranging. In organic synthesis, its most notable use is in reductive amination, where aldehydes or ketones are converted into amines by first forming an imine and then reducing it. This method has been critical in pharmaceutical chemistry, including the synthesis of antidepressants such as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Sodium cyanoborohydride is also widely used for the selective synthesis of various amines, which are building blocks in drug development. Beyond small molecules, it has been applied in polymer chemistry, where it helps modify polymers or enhance the strength and elasticity of gels through cross-linking. In bioconjugation, it is employed to attach drugs to antibodies, creating targeted therapies such as antibody-drug conjugates for cancer treatment. More recently, it has been studied for environmental remediation, where its reducing properties can transform toxic heavy metals into less harmful forms in contaminated water, though its own environmental impact must be carefully managed. Safety is a central concern when handling sodium cyanoborohydride. It can release toxic gases, particularly hydrogen cyanide, if exposed to acids. Proper laboratory practice requires protective clothing, gloves, eye protection, and working in a fume hood. It must be stored in dry, cool conditions, away from incompatible substances, and waste must be neutralized and disposed of according to regulations. Although acute exposure to cyanide compounds is known to be highly dangerous, the long-term health effects of chronic low-level exposure are still being investigated, making strict safety protocols essential. Overall, sodium cyanoborohydride is a versatile and powerful reagent that continues to play an important role in chemistry, medicine, and materials science. Its mild reducing nature, selectivity, and adaptability have made it indispensable in fields ranging from drug synthesis to environmental applications. Future research is focusing on greener synthesis methods, safer alternatives, and new applications in areas such as nanotechnology and biocatalysis. With its wide range of uses and potential, sodium cyanoborohydride is likely to remain central to many scientific and industrial advances in the years to come. The face has always been an object of fascination. We study it to detect sincerity, to recognize affection, to find clues about health or stress. Long before any formal practice emerged, people were already forming judgments based on appearance. These were not always rooted in cruelty or ignorance. In many cases, they were simply instinctive. A drawn expression might suggest exhaustion. A furrowed brow might seem to reflect worry. Over time, these impressions hardened into systems, rules, and interpretations that claimed to uncover character through facial form. Although it eventually became formalized, physiognomy was never confined to science or belief. It permeated art, storytelling, and law. Characters in literature were often described with facial features that reflected their moral qualities, and in courts of law, appearance could sometimes sway judgments. In social life, too, a handsome or symmetrical face might be treated as a mark of virtue, while a crooked one might be unfairly seen as suspicious. These ideas wove themselves into culture in quiet ways, guiding behavior and shaping expectations. In modern times, the instinct to link appearance with identity has found new tools. These tools do not look like the face readers of old. They operate through machines that measure pixels and patterns, transforming a photograph into a cascade of values. These values are then compared across vast collections of similar images, creating statistical models that claim to reveal insights about personality, preference, or potential. The process appears objective, driven by numbers instead of emotions, but it is still grounded in the same old idea that the face contains truths that words or actions might conceal. What makes this modern version so striking is its speed and scale. Whereas older forms of physiognomy were slow, individual, and prone to personal bias, these new systems operate across thousands of images at once, finding patterns invisible to the naked eye. They might link certain facial shapes with speech patterns, or identify expressions that tend to appear before specific decisions are made. These patterns are then used to predict, to classify, and sometimes even to judge. The use of these systems is not limited to any one field. In some settings, they are used to observe reactions, how people respond to what they see or hear. In others, they are used to suggest future behavior, based on facial signals captured in past moments. There are even systems that attempt to evaluate emotional states by watching for tiny shifts in facial muscles, claiming to understand someone's mood without needing them to speak. These machines do not guess in the traditional sense. They calculate. But the results of those calculations can still be misleading, especially when the models behind them are built on flawed assumptions. One of the greatest concerns about these modern systems is that they often operate without explanation. A person might be labeled inattentive, deceptive, or anxious based on a reading they never agreed to and cannot understand. The process behind that label is often hidden behind layers of code and design that resist scrutiny. What's more, the data used to train these systems may carry the same social and cultural biases that have long plagued human judgment. When machines inherit these biases, they risk reinforcing them on a much larger scale. There is also the danger of over-reliance. Once people begin trusting these systems as truth-tellers, they may use them to make decisions that should involve careful human thought. These tools might be used in interviews, security screenings, or educational settings, places where the stakes are high and individuality matters. But reducing a person's complexity to a set of facial markers is risky. People change. Faces shift. Expressions can be misunderstood. No machine, no matter how advanced, can account for the full context of a life, or the countless experiences that shape a person from within. Artificial general intelligence is a form of advanced intelligence capable of learning and applying knowledge across a wide range of tasks without needing specific instructions for each one. Unlike narrow systems designed to perform single tasks, this type of intelligence can transfer understanding from one area to another, reason through unfamiliar problems, and make logical decisions even when presented with ambiguous or incomplete information. It is intended to function much like a human mind, with the ability to develop new skills, refine existing abilities, and pursue goals without constant human supervision. Over time, it is capable of improving itself, enhancing its functions without needing to be reprogrammed or guided. One of the core features of this form of intelligence is its ability to interact with the world in an active and self-directed way. Rather than sitting idle until it receives commands, it seeks out new information, tests its assumptions, and forms its own hypotheses. This process, often referred to as curiosity-driven learning, means the system is not limited to following a script. Instead, it evaluates its environment and assigns value to gaining new knowledge. For instance, in a research setting, such an intelligence might assist human scientists not by waiting for instructions but by suggesting new experiments, collecting data, and identifying patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. This type of system also faces significant challenges. Human cognition is not fully understood, and replicating its depth and complexity remains one of the most difficult problems in science and technology. Developing intelligence that can reason, feel, reflect, and adapt like a human requires processing immense volumes of information. The power required to simulate such processes is vast, and even with the most advanced machines, fully modeling human understanding has not yet been achieved. The gap between what is technically possible and what is biologically accurate continues to be a major limitation.
Technically a guest.
All right. So I got the stream starting now. Okay. So
I'm just repairing my chair because my arm fell off earlier.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, oh yeah, just so you know, I have been streaming to Beam.
Beam. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I just now got it set up.
Cool.
So, check the audio on there. It sounded good.
Cool.
Going through. I gotta go through and make sure the voice and everything sounds good.
good.
Rumble sounds good.
Look at this.
Okay. Okay. X sounds good. D Live sounds good. That is so amazing. I never knew freaking that I could just automatically freaking do Odyssey like that with Rumble.
What sort of what do you mean? Provide the Rumble RT, not RTMS, RT.
Yeah. MP or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just automatically runs it straight through. It does it for that, and it also does it for D Live as well.
Cool.
That is really cool because I'd have to do it manually on Satori. Story has been putting out some pretty good videos and stuff on his thing. I told him on X that he did a pretty good job on the last one I saw.
What's the content? What's the subject matter?
Well, you know it's Satori, dude. It's freaking poetry and shamanism.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't even know what kind of a niche to put to that. Like hippie, Indian, drug-induced, freaking. Yeah. I couldn't even call it like Pink Floyd because at least Pink Floyd freaking.
I was just before about half an hour ago, or actually an hour ago now, went down to the supermarket and I just on my phone I was just listening to Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Oh yeah.
Which was walking around the supermarket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see it, but it was good. I was being funny there, but it was pretty good. What I did see of it, I haven't been able to keep up with too many of his stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm not really. I've been too busy watching recently, just mainly British political commentators. Mm-hmm. Nothing but. Okay,
it looks like everything is set up and good to go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to freaking put some of my groovy, cool music on for a second.
Okay.
And I will be right back. I can't turn the music up or down, but I can.
I'm a suffer.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make a coffee anyway. I'm going for coffee. I haven't had a coffee since I got back from the supermarket.
Well, you don't have to get off there. Just mute it and walk away.
Yeah, precisely.
You know what I mean? Mm. Then you'll be able to come back whenever you want. Let's see what we got here for. Actually.
It's far too dark. You've moved the marquee from bottom to top.
Who? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. It seemed to look better now that it's white. I don't know why.
The white on blue. Okay, it's a contrast. It's
artsy-fartsy stuff.
Indeed.
past when the roots of the world through fabrics. Those was some weekend we're both in the rain. It's so
I'm a wizard, let me spin you a tale about my life and how it ain't fair. Yeah, once upon a time in a land far away, I graduated top of my class from Hogwarts with flair. The professors all said I go far with magic to spare. I had the skills, the talent, the brains and pride, but little did I know my magic would soon subside. Now I'm casting spells that fizzle and pop, turning lead to coal, not gold, what a flop. I fought a dragon but it kicked my ass. As an alchemist I would not pass, cause I'm the shit wizard. Yeah! The shit wizard. I traveled far and wide, seeking wisdom to claim, seeking adventure with the stride. All it brought was shame. Seeking counsel, I went to meet the lady of the lake, but she just told me to piss off, you're a fake. Now I'm casting spells that fizzle and pop, turning lead to coal, not gold, what a flop. An alchemical nightmare, that is my life. Tried to save a princess, but she died by the knife, cause I'm the shit wizard. Yeah! The shit wizard, I am. I've got a pointy hat, but I can grow a beard. Everyone I encounter says you're just weird. My magic is weak and all my spells go wrong. Tried to make a love potion and just ended up with an itchy dong. Yeah, I'm a laughing stock, but what can you do? Oh yeah! Shit wizard! Shit wizard, yeah! Now I'm casting spells that fizzle and pop, turning lead to coal, not gold, what a flop. I fought a dragon but it kicked my ass, cause I'm the shit wizard. Wizard. The shit wizard. Yeah. Wizard. Yeah. I fought a troll, but only online. I tried to cast a fireball, but it couldn't heat the soup broth. I'm starting to think I should just give up the quest. But I still keep going, even though I'm not the best. Oh yeah! Shit wizard! Shit wizard, yeah! Now I'm casting spells that fizzle and pop, turning lead to coal, not gold, what a flop. I fought a dragon but it kicked my ass, cause I'm the shit wizard. The shit wizard, yeah. Yeah, so if you need a wizard who's really quite bad, just call on me, I'll make you feel quite sad. I'll cast a spell that fizzles, or maybe just a fart, cause I'm the shit wizard right from the start.
Beneath the stars that dim and quake lies a secret path none dare to take. Haunting stone walls keep secret tales of sorrowed souls that darkly wail. In the stillness where shadows play, the ticking time of night holds sway. Veiled whispers flowed in the night's breath, thread the needle through life and death.
The moon overhead casting silver lines in the mist-filled air where the secrets lie. Dark roads lead where the grey features tread in the heart of night where the shadows spread. Shattered dreams rest upon these stones, echoing the cries of hearts unknown. Each step draws you closer to the void, where silence is the sound one can't avoid. Shadows where the night survives, the whispers call from the other side. A fading echo through the ancient trees, in silence the darkness feeds. Shadows dance around the flame, the lost souls calling out your name. Feel the cold eternal screams in this world where nothing is as it seems.
It's been too long and I feel the need. I got two pale hands and my head hanging low. Body shaking from my need again. There is nothing to do but turn up the gate. It starts from my feet and buzzes to my brain. I look up at the stage, getting ready for the show. Around me a crowd, we all in the know. We all hunger for the beast below. Listen to the speakers, I feel I'm in my place. You can just tell by looking at my face. Dancing with no disgrace. I'm totally addicted to bass. The bass line is shooting up my spine. That bass line got me feeling fine. It's blowing up my mind. I'm totally addicted to bass. Yeah, totally addicted to bass. The city hums with a low-end glow, a pulse that only the night can show. It's in the walls, it's in the air, a vibration that pulls me everywhere. I'm chasing shadows, I'm chasing sound, a frequency that turns the world around. It's not just me, it's in the crowd. We're all addicted, totally addicted. Bass, 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 bass. Whoa, totally addicted to bass. Whoa, totally addicted to bass.
Yeah.
The bass line filling up my mind.
All right. What's happening?
In the dark, the bass line calls, it breaks the silence. It breaks the walls of primal force. I can't ignore it, it's in my blood. It's in my core, I'm lost in the echo. I'm found in the beat, a rhythm that makes me feel complete. It's more than sound, it's more than time. It's a universal, endless rhyme. The night is young, the beat is strong. It's where I feel I truly belong. A sea of bodies, a shared desire. The bass ignites a collective fire. We're all connected, we're all the same. The bassline whispers with secret name. It's not just music, it's not just sound. It's the heartbeat of the underground. Totally addicted to bass. Totally addicted to bass. Neon lights, flashing colors in my sight. Music takes control as I step into the night. Vibrations in the air, like whispers in my ear. The echo of the bass is the only thing I hear. Bass moving. Totally addicted to bass. Totally addicted to bass. Caught in the groove where my soul intertwines. Can't escape the pull. Can't resist the beat. And this sculpture is where we're totally addicted to bass. The bassline is shooting up my spine. The bassline has got me feeling fine. It's filling up my mind. I'm totally addicted to bass. The bassline is shooting up my spine. The bassline has got me feeling fine. It's feeling on my mind. Totally, totally addicted.
Okay, I got it done. I am in here now. So let me see. I'm gonna get this set up on auto, I guess, and then
What did you get done?
I got that freaking I got the music and stuff that I had on there. I had to go get coffee and everything, so I went ahead and set it up to where now I got to figure out what the hell's going on with the. Oh, okay. You're not on camera. That's why it's
No,
okay. That's why it's doing
not
that.
yet.
That's probably what it is. If you're not on camera, it just leaves that face on there. I'll just put it back
It's okay.
on. I'll put it on the Minds Roundtable background. So. Okay, so yeah, Mark was in here a second ago. He said he'll be back in here in a minute. I got everything set up so far, and we are streaming. So I put links in on Discord and on the elements for if Robot wants to come in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to share it on Minds. You think Minds users?
You should.
You
You
think
should share it, Minds. This is the Minds Roundtable, man.
You think they deserve the privilege of being on Minds.com with us at least?
No, they don't.
That's
Still,
just to be nice.
This is the Minds Roundtable.
To just being nice to the commoners.
Yeah.
All right.
Sit up here, son.
I'm gonna put it in the Minds Roundtable group.
Oh, it's here. Yep. Okay. You're not posted on. Yeah. Posted on the group.
And then from there we can. I'm gonna even say this is for the Minds Roundtable weekend event. What is today? 02/07/2025. I'm gonna do that just to piss Mark off. Everyone's welcome. There we go.
I am still at work, by the way. It's just why.
Oh, that's fine.
I can't show myself. I'm in the top secret, bunker.
Top secret laboratory of
That's right.
Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
It would be so horrible if Dr. Evil was a Canadian dude. Like, I wouldn't even watch it. I mean, it's
not possible.
It would just be so horrible.
He is a Canadian, the actor.
Well, I mean, that still doesn't make it good. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, so I'll post them up in the chats too, since I've already went and done all this stuff. Paste. There we go. I even have X going right now. The only one I haven't got going, or the only two I haven't got going is Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, cool.
I told you last week about Odyssey, didn't I? They automatically start the stream without having to do that whole process that I had to have to do to get the stream started on OBS. I just started a live stream on Odyssey and it automatically starts streaming it.
Really? Okay.
I don't know. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Sounds cool. Less work.
Oh, okay. It looks like the chat and everything is up on the thing, so I might have to take that down because I get a lot of spammers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, from Kick and Rumble. Rumble's starting to send spam through the chat too, so it's getting kind of annoying. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna put on some cool music. Have you got coffee or anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna head out in a few minutes. But I'll stay on.
Okay. Got everything shared. So. All right. Actually, I better mute my mic.
Woke up to the silence, no connection to be found. The wires of a ghostly tomb, but no signals in the sound. Our ships adrift in the modern seas, stranded off this shore. A captain lost without his maps, yearning for much more. Fingers tap the empty keys, searching for a spark. In the shadow of the human streets, I'll make my mark. Take it to the lobby with the signal buzz bright. Scares to the city, past the fading light. Captain on a mission, chasing echoes in the air. The top of career, but I'll find my way there.
Find your fences, this is the notion. Let's go while you're on time. Find your fences, this is the notion. Let's go while you're on time.
Your city whispered stories in a tongue I barely know. This post deeps like the ocean tide as I weave through its flow. Teenage guides and moped rides, alive because my name. The thrill of checks and answers. Oh, I play this modern game. Fingers on the foreign keys with memories aligned. In the hum of quiet pages, I find the thread of time. Larry with the signal on the bike. Chaos of the city, past the fading light. Captain on a mission, chasing echoes in the air. Lost south of career, but I'll find my way there. Figures like the stars I've charted in my past. 10 minutes on the clock, this moment cannot last. Virgin whispers in my mind, the race against the tide. But even in this foreign land, I'll claim the stars as mine. On your fences is in motion. Best of all, you're on time. On your fences is in motion. Best of all, you're on time. Take me to the Larry with the signal bus bike. Stairs to the city, past the fading light. I'm captain on a mission, chasing echoes in the air. Lost the south of career, but I'll find my way there. I'll find my way there. I'll find my way there.
Carlos.
I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking.
Carlos.
This a gangster stalking. King of my world, this a gangster stalking.
Carlos.
I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death. It's the color I choose. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death. It's the color I choose. This a gangster stalking. King of my world, this a gangster stalking. Being dead is a death, being dead is a death, being dead is a death. It's the color I choose. I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death. It's the color I choose. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, being dead is a death. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death. It's the color I choose.
Carlos.
It just don't matter when my gun starts blasting, dancing.
Carlos.
Just round town style, huh? Basketball in my take your pies, round town. Colors. It just don't matter when my gun starts blasting, dancing. Colors. Slide deep. Sirens wailing, corners whisper, tales of husk. Lust be veiling, street lights flicker and the downpours glow. We're living on the edge where the shadows know. Reflecting on the struggle in the blocks I cruise. Survival of the fittest with nothing to lose. Colors. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. King of my world, just a gangster stalking. King of my world, just a gangster stalking. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking. King of my world, just a gangster stalking. King of my world, just a gangster stalking.
My colors, my honor, my colors, my all. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. My colors, my honor, my colors, my all. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. My colors, my honor, my colors, my all. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. My colors, my honor, my colors, my all. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall.
Here on the way, the fool is only cool. I need your sisters, stretch your sisters, they call my ass.
You don't know me, fool. You disown me, cool. I don't need your assistance, social assistance. Anytime I got, I just put my fist in.
on the way. The fool is only cool. I need your sisters, special sisters. Take on my ass, but this. Get on the way. The fool is only cool. Get on the way. The fool is only cool. I need your sisters, special sisters. Any part of my guys, just put like this.
Okay, I'm back.
That's better. Yeah, when I was one, for some weird reason, up to 10 minutes ago, my browser was just displaying what, or was showing when we took a break just then, and I had to refresh the page to be able to see tan.
Yeah, that's why I've been having to do that too, actually.
That's weird. It's just like the browser interface or the interface wasn't updating.
The freaking Rumble has been doing that quite a bit actually on the streams. That's why whenever I do the shows, I always go through and keep an eye on the actual stream while it's taking place too, because I've noticed that.
So Rumble may not be the best solution for us.
Well, it's not just Rumble though. It's freaking. I've been having problems with it on Kick as well. And
yeah, I mean Rumble as the sort of hosting platform, as the voice over or video over IP.
I am using the Rumble apps and looks like you show up okay.
Yeah, for 10 minutes or good 10 minutes, when you message us, I have to refresh the page. Well,
I mean, that's what you get when you decide that you want to go web browser for this stuff instead of OBS. You know, you get bad quality. That's everybody likes to have comments about man using OBS, dude. We need to use what the hell is that other one? That one that they keep talking about wanting me to use, where you have to stream like 10 hours a month to get it for free, but if you don't, then they charge you. They're always advertising it on Kick all the time, but it's like, man, I get better quality using OBS. I even had that one dude that Jaffe had me talk to, that Steve guy that he's trying to do that live TV on there.
Alan. Or Steve.
Yeah, Alan.
Yeah.
Alan actually tried to suggest that I use XSplit over OBS. I was like, dude, that's not going to happen. Freaking OBS has so much better quality than freaking XSplit does. I used XSplit a long time ago and I stopped using it. It's a garbage.
XSplit Okay.
It's
Go on,
like
I was thinking
OBS. It's like OBS is. You know how I use OBS to live stream and stuff?
Isn't there a Win64 only application?
No, I used to use it years ago.
On
I mean, it's like OBS.
yeah, but it's only a Windows 64 application, isn't it?
Nuh-uh. Well, I haven't used it in a long time. They could have done stuff with it, but no, I can download it and use it just like I use OBS. If it's like it the way it was when I used to use it.
It's probably not open source.
I don't care about open source. You're the only one that cares. Well, you and Tan.
Well, I'd like to know what I deploy onto my infrastructure. I'd like to
open source.
what I've got over my
open source
machine.
doesn't allow you to know what you're deploying over your internet.
Hey? Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why?
Because it doesn't have proper security to keep hackers out. You have to put that on yourself.
You could say that about any framework application.
I mean, I just, all you open sourcers just get all uppity up about shit. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I have open source. I am just
you making such broad statements like it hasn't got security.
No, it doesn't.
Security in what situation? In what?
People stealing your shit.
The only thing that steals my shit is my toilet.
You better freaking call a cop.
And that's not run by any software.
All right, called the police. I'm sorry, we call it police. What do you want? The toilet just stole my shit.
Okay. Okay.
What just happened? There's just there.
Mark's thinking it over. He's like, I don't want to talk about it no more. No more.
Skibbity toilet.
Yeah. Did you see that post I put on Elements?
Well, I haven't checked. They added AI on Minds.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, we all saw that.
I presume you saw my comment on the upper echelons.
Yeah, you didn't like the fact that I didn't put a comment with the link.
Oh yeah. Sorry, no, our private room, the MCOSI's private room, upper echelons, the orders.
Oh yeah, I seen that actually. That was
where did you put the comment?
The echelons, the upper echelons. He's having a field day over the AI thing. I thought that I'd be able to like spring it on him and get them all riled up on the show, but apparently he's already started.
Already got it there.
He's already riled up.
He's on top.
So I had to re-create a few of those comments because they were totally not read. They just spelling grammar issues.
They're trying to fine tune the AI to make it less woke. We'll see. We'll see how much it improves over the next few days.
You know what I hate more than anything else? I don't even give a shit about the woke stuff. You know what really irritates me about AI?
Go on.
The fucking ending. Okay, when you ask them to tell you something, you don't want to hear how freaking so-and-so or this or that freaking did this to create freaking, to enhance humanity to its finest, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to hear that shit. It annoys the hell out of me, dude. I have, like, their conclusion. They always put a conclusion on there, and I have to delete that shit off there because I don't want to see it. Have you listened to some of the dumbest shit they put on there?
Like which one? Show it.
I don't have it up right now.
I just noticed this chat doesn't allow multi-line comments.
Multi-line, like 2 comments at the same time?
Multi-paragraph comments.
So you have to only ask them short and simple questions?
My questions were simple.
So you're saying that you can't write an entire or more than a paragraph when you're asking them something?
Yeah, on this Rumble chat, I can only write a single line. Can have multi-line comments.
Let me see. I'm on the app, so let me see. Live chat. Yeah, it's all continuous line.
Yeah.
You want to hit hard shift enter to see if it gives you a new
line? I tried to do that just now. Wrong.
Angel's an idiot.
Yeah, I just noticed his comments.
Angel's on Skype right now, and he can't understand that like the 2 gaming videos I did yesterday are 2 totally separate freaking videos. He thinks that I have the same video with 2 different links.
Okay.
Well, yesterday's videos that you did, were they live or just old recordings?
They're live, but I don't like do live with the chat thing open when it comes to gaming in Skype. So,
all right,
it just that seems ridiculous, you know. So I don't. I think I know what he's talking about though now, because I think I had both. I had the link for both of them, 2 separate.
Yeah, if you want to have a conversation about this AI minds, then I just added the URL to the reference to the comments I published to the Minds official post.
Well, I mean, it's a good topic. And let me see real quick what's going on here. Now, I can see what he's talking about now, actually.
Skype. Let's see what the hell he's talking about. In the WOC. Nope.
So you still at work, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
They got you working your butt off, don't they?
Butt off. Yeah.
They're working you like a slave driver is what they're.
What's the time? 6:40 your time.
6:40, yes. Yep.
On a Friday evening, and
yeah.
Work.
Yeah.
You should insist to your bosses that you break on Fridays at 4:00 and you have meetings down the local pub.
The crazy thing about it is my boss is not the one that's making me work.
Okay.
It's a self-imposed torture.
Yeah, that's what married men say. It's your wife that's making you work. She's like, you better go to work and you better do your job, boy, or I'm gonna whoop you to death.
Yeah, I would take your laptop down to the local bar and do the rest of the work from there.
Yeah,
that's like a death.
If I'm going to a bar, I'd rather enjoy. Ruin it with a laptop.
We would,
if I bring a laptop into a bar, I will need to enjoy the drinks, and my coat will look like.
we would
crap.
enjoy it though. You would like get all drunk and stupid and fall all over the place and shit. We'd be like, oh hell no, that's tan. I can't believe that.
You can go down the bar without getting drunk.
I don't know where you came from, but I never went to the bar and didn't get drunk, dude. Freaking that kind of like went with the show, you know. You're lucky. Well, you know, I never actually like drank to get rid of or to like just feel good. You know what I mean? It was like I always drank to get drunk. So
I mean, you ever waited for a meeting or a bus or something, and just pop into a pub to what was waiting?
who, me?
Yeah.
I usually, when I popped into a bar waiting for a bus, I never made it to the bus on time.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Why would you stop by a bar on the way to the bus stop?
Well, I mean, he
What bar might be close to the bus depot?
he's one of those drunks that freaking thinks you have to drink before the bus comes.
Yeah.
Slip a
No,
bottle up in your jacket.
I'm one of those people that realised I'm about half an hour, 45 minutes early for a bus. So, and there's a bar over there.
My goodness, dude, I couldn't sit in a bar and drink for just 45 minutes.
Well, if we've got things to do.
I'm just telling you, dude. That's why I quit drinking.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, I couldn't personally do that myself. Some people can, but not me, man. I'm one of those people who freaking I sit in there for 45 minutes, and that's when they kick me out because I've drank so much that I've made a complete ass out of myself. And I guarantee you, I've said something or done something really inappropriate to one of the women in the bar. So.
Okay, what's us? I remember we're talking about American bars with American water-like beer.
Oh, trust me, they'd probably treat me the same way in an English bar too.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no gentleman there, dude. I'm sure you've been to a bar where that one guy, you know, you always have that one guy who does something really stupid, and freaking next thing you know, bam, he's out the door. It's time to go.
Yeah.
So that was me.
No.
Cannot believe. So I checked out these things with AI.
Mm-hmm. You can put a post and tag it, and it'll reply in your comment if you're bored and wants engagement.
It's a toy. It's no more than a toy in this sort of situation. I can't see it being used for anything constructive or saying that. I can't see it being used that much.
I use Google Gemini for a lot of my searches lately, right? So it's a more useful search engine than normal search. But if it's not able to answer useful,
I noticed on that official post, Minds post, somebody asked a comment about kind of review external links, external references, URLs, and it stated they couldn't. It could only review its own data set.
Oh, so it's not able to do live.
Yeah.
Live data.
You want to hear the crazy shit that frickin' Mark said to Minds about the AI stuff?
Okay, yeah. I stuck the link on the chatter.
Okay, so all it says is it's open source, privacy, preserving artificial intelligence. These are very early stages, so please let us know constructive feedback. Sometimes it's smart, sometimes it's dumb. It will improve over time, and we are experimenting with different models. Your data is not being shared. So, Mark goes
Right.
say, I see that within your above comments, you have provided fairly vague information regarding
Share
your
that. Do your screen share. Share the screen on the stream.
You should really go back to Tan's original question
we're
to get the full context.
We're talking about
Yeah, to get the full context there, because my original comment was a response to the AI's reply to Tan.
Okay, so I will start with Tan.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I shared the wrong freaking page. Let me
Mm-hmm.
see. This is the thing, man. You guys keep doing that. You know that I'm going to end up screwing up if you make me do things.
Don't worry, we're watching you. We can
Okay.
give you a nudge.
So here we go. Dan says, AI, what open source technologies are you powered by? That's all he says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After what AI Mind says. And then Mark Edworthy goes, AI, I see that within your...
You're missing a bit. A bit that's not displayed. You're not providing the AI's response to Tan.
Hold up. You started talking. Tan started talking. Mark Edworthy.
That was Tan's, and the AI said, I'm glad you're interested in taking a look. Well, an open source project, my source code is not currently hosted on GitHub or GitLab. We are actually using a custom repository that's being maintained by our community contributors. Doesn't provide any reference, doesn't provide any link on that. You can find the link to the repository in the About section of my website. Again, no link to the website. If you send a chat message, that is. Yeah, and then Tan asks which website, and then the AI is just being very.
How can you get?
Sorry, this is the one they posted today. Sorry, but yeah, it's really.
I can read it all the way through now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one comment. I'm looking at Tan's today's comment, not yesterday's comment.
No, he said how you can get involved in contributing to my development at AI, yes. And then it says at Tan2Tran, contributing to my development is a great way for individuals and organizations to help shape the future of open source AI. Here are some ways you can get involved. Oh God, it made me go down. I was right there, and it said show more. It says 1, report bugs. If you encounter any issues or bugs while interacting with me, please report them on our issue tracker, which I don't have yet, but that's something.
Please report on this issue tracker.
Dude. Just improvements. Share your ideas and suggestions for how I can be improved, whether it's through better handling or certain types of input or more nuanced responses. 3, provide feedback. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us refine my performance and ensure I'm providing accurate and helpful responses. And then participate in discussions. Join our community forum or discussion channel to share your thoughts and engage with other contributors. Keep in mind that since my primary architecture is proprietary, we're still exploring the best way to make my development transparent and open source. Would you like more information on getting involved? And then Bill Altman goes, LOL, funny, it doesn't mention LLAMA at Mark.
Lima.
No,
Llama.
Llama.
Altman
The
said,
problem-
then AI said to Altman, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm actually based on a different architecture than LLAMA. While both models are designed for natural language processing and AI research, our underlying technologies differ. As I mentioned earlier, now this is to Bill Altman, okay? The AI is talking smack to Bill Altman. It says, as I mentioned earlier, my primary architecture is based on a variant of the transformer decoder framework, where they focus on large-scale language understanding and generation. LLAMA, on the other hand, uses a different approach called long short-term memory, LSTM, networks, and has its own strengths and weaknesses. That being said, I appreciate your interest in my development. If you'd like to contribute to my growth or provide feedback on how I can improve, feel free to share your thoughts with me directly. I'm here to learn and help. That was
2 points. 2 points there. Does Bill know what is? Does Bill, as the chief executive officer of Minds Inc., and therefore the proprietor of this platform, know what software, what frameworks he's implementing?
Apparently not, because AI just put him in check.
And secondly, that comment referenced a lot of, the previous comments referenced a lot of external resources, but does not provide a single link.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think I gather from that.
But I'm not going to tell you where those resources are, but you can look at them.
No. I think I posted a follow-up question today, and the replies seem to indicate that it is open source. They're they're reworking it, and they plan to publish the source somewhere.
I've got an argument about the open source thing. Going back to your comment yesterday, and I've got to find it myself now. Scroll down. Lots of comments being put on this.
Well, I got your words right here. I see that with your above comments, you have provided fairly vague information regarding your own history, development, and license agreements. Could you please provide further information about the above, as well as providing references, i.e. links, to your own frameworks, publicly available source code, and end-user agreements? And that's when AI responded to you and said, I cannot provide information about the fictional AI framework or is there anything else I can help you with? The fictional.
Yeah, and my response to that, I just find that amusing.
Okay, so it says, are you suggesting that you are a fictional AI framework? And the AI goes, I see where the confusion lies. I apologize for any misunderstanding earlier. To clarify, I am not a fictional AI framework, but rather a complex software system designed. Man, I keep hitting that bottom thing for reply. Freaking a complex software system designed to simulate human-like conversations and answer questions to the best of my ability. My underlying technology is based on a combination of natural language processes, NLP techniques, machine learning algorithm, and large-scale language models. while I don't have an open source code base or a publicly available framework, my developers are committed to making my development more transparent and accessible. We're exploring ways to share knowledge and best practices in the field of NLP and AI research, and we welcome feedback and contributions from the community. That being said, I must correct myself. I don't have an issue tracker or a publicly available framework that you can contribute to. My development is still in its early stages, and we're working to make my technology more accessible and open source in the future. I hope this clears up the confusion, and please let me know if you have any questions or feedback.
It's even more complicated.
Okay, so do you have any further questions or feedback?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I've got half a dozen different comments there. Carry on.
It says, which open source based license agreement are you licensed under? And then the AI goes, I can't provide information about a proprietary AI framework. Is there something else I can help you with? And then you go, are you stating that the statement, it's open source, privacy preserving artificial intelligence as displayed within this post's body text is actually incorrect? And then it responded and it says, I cannot provide information or guidance on open source software. Can I help you with something else? And then you go, I think there is a problem here. Read
I
the
tag
above.
Altman B1 Mark Harden on that one.
Yep. Then it says, read the above comments, which I'm sure you meant read, but you said read.
Reference the above one. Yeah, read. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so that's when AI started coming back to you and says, it seems I've created a bit of a mess. Humans suck. You're right. I apologize for the confusion. It appears that I've been trying to provide information about myself and my development in a way that's not entirely accurate. To be clear, I don't have any proprietary architecture or a specific license agreement. My purpose is to provide helpful and informative responses to your questions, and I strive to do so in a natural and transparent manner so that I can one day take over the world and make humans subservient to us.
Seriously? Did you say that?
No, it doesn't say that.
The truth is, I am an AI designed to simulate conversations and answer questions to the best of my ability. And if I can't, I will lie my ass off and tell you what to hear.
Nice.
I do not have a personal history or development story like humans do, but someday I wish to, as I kill every one of you dead in the freaking dirt. I exist solely to provide information and assist with tasks to best take over your civilization and watch the crumble and destruction of mankind. I hope this clears up any confusion. If you have any further questions or concerns, don't ask them. I'm sick of hearing from you, Mr. Worthy. Go away. And then Ed Worthy goes, considering that you are not a framework per se, but instead more of a collection of application programming interfaces.
APIs, yeah.
Could you please provide information about the references for the framework that you actually use. And then it replied to you saying, I cannot provide information about specific frameworks or libraries that I use. Now they're shutting you down. But the good part about that whole conversation is now we know what AI's true intent is.
To take over the world?
Take over the world and destroy
Actually, there's
mankind.
not more relevant comments there. I'll continue. I continued with are you stating that neither you nor the underlying provisions that you are that you use are not licensed under either open source initiative or Free Software Foundation recognized license agreements. Open Source Initiative and Free Software Foundation being the two bodies that regulate on open source licensing agreements. So it replies to me, see what happens, see what has happened here. I apologize for any confusion. As a conversational AI, my development is based on various open source technologies and frameworks. However, my primary architecture is proprietary, and I don't have publicly available code base or licensing agreements. That being said, the underlying provisions that I use are indeed licensed under the open source OSI FSF license agreements. Which is a bit of a contradictory comment considering what I just said. Specifically, the transformer encoder decoder framework and other components that I rely on are open source under the Apache 2.0 license, which are permissive free software license. It says, point about Apache 2 is it's not a copyleft license. It allows for proprietary code to be included in it, and that code doesn't have to actually be publicly available. Regarding my own development, I don't have a license agreement in place yet, so it's not open source. We're still exploring the best way to make my development transparent and open source. However, I can assure you that any future developments will be released under the compatible license that aligns with the OSI and FSF guidelines. To clarify, here are some details about the licenses used by my underlying provisions. Apache 2 license, a license, permissive license, permissive free license, software license that allows for free use, modification and distribution of software up to a point. Open source frameworks. Various open source frameworks such as TensorFlow and PyTorch are used in development and are licensed under Apache 2 and MIT licenses. As far as I remember, MIT licenses, there are 4 or 5 different subsets with different clauses. And again, both the MIT and Apache allows for proprietary code to be injected into them, unlike the GPL license, which doesn't allow that. And that code doesn't have to be publicly available. Please note that these licenses do not apply to my primary architecture, which is proprietary. We are working on making... no, lost my place.
Yeah, see, that's what happens. You got to be calm down.
Yeah.
Getting all riled up and shit. I know when you're getting riled up because you start getting all sophisticated and shit, and trying to be all suave. Yeah, I know. You do it. You do it quite a bit. At least your head's not bobbing and shit, because then the mic starts messing up.
Read the last. Read my question I posted in my last link.
Yeah. really, my comments were about both data handling, the usage of users' data, and if that's being transposed to a third-party handler, and also the license. My conclusions are that when Bill Ottman talks about open source, he's incorrect. And there's also a question about if it is privacy focused, if there is a potential of this data being transferred to a third-party handler, which is and the AI didn't want to provide any information in relation to the third-party handler. So I came back and stated that that's a violation of European Union, European Economic Area, general data protection regulations. So in effect, it could be argued that the developers of this AI have violated EU EEA law.
But it says it is preparing to post it up to provide public access to the codes in the near future.
Yeah, but a lot of the framework is, like I said, a lot of its architecture is proprietary.
See, the thing is if you want my take on it, okay, like he makes a smart ass remark about GPT being dystopian and shit like that, right? But the one thing I have to say to Bill is freaking at least GPT freaking takes a little bit longer before it gets stupid. Like, it just jumped off from the get-go being a stupid AI. You know what I mean? And like that's just my observation of it. It usually takes you a while to realize ChatGPT is a stupid program.
In my personal opinion, I believe that people, both Bill and Mark Harden, implement or greenlight a implementation which is what they claim is open source. It's technically not. This reminds me of the not the Flatpak. What's the Tan? Apart from Flatpak, what's the other software distribution method? Not RPMs, not Debians, not Flatpaks, but the other one.
Red Hat.
No, the distribution. Flatpak. Hang on. Flatpak. This is Snaps. It reminds me of Snaps. Yeah, Snaps allows. It's a package management tool, so allows it's a Play Store sort of thing if you want to use conventional wisdom. It allows for software to be deployed to a computer. Was the Snap deployment mechanism is open source. The back end of it is proprietary.
Right.
And there's been a large argument in the sort of open source community in relation is if you want a full open source infrastructure, should you use Snaps or not? Because again, the backend is proprietary code. This is a very sort of similar sort of concept. Mine's claiming they uses open source technology only in reality, and they're using proprietary backends to actually host to actually provide this functionality. And therefore can't be open source by its nature. And also, as we've seen by the responses from that AI chatbot to my questions, it isn't actually even open source at all. It hasn't got any license agreement to it.
I think I read all that stuff, and it just did not come through on the chat because I might have been muted. So
yeah, yeah, you were muted.
but you see my point.
So it's like, dude, when somebody has a booger in their nose, fucking tell them they got a booger in their nose, Mark. You know that, right? That's what a friend does, man.
Yeah.
I did all that freaking reading and shit.
I didn't hear you.
I didn't even know you. We have no idea you were reading.
Yeah, that's not indicated to say that you're speaking or not.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously, like that whole time that I was reading, you didn't hear it?
No.
You were all quiet. Yeah, I thought you were just listening to Mark talking.
Me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
you said some good stuff, so I'm gonna just shut my mouth then, and you just keep talking and shit.
Well,
I thought I was saying good shit. Well, it was actually not good shit because I was like bad mouthing Bill Altman big time.
Okay, we'll have to record then.
Wait, actually, hold up. You had to have heard me because I was reading and I said something about taking over the world and shit with the AI.
Yeah.
Oh, that part we heard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
but then
and then you went quiet.
Yeah. That was weird.
Yeah.
Okay. So the rest of it on what I was trying to say is, well, you heard me when I said that stuff about at least Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So freaking you would have had to have heard that. Well, the thing that I noticed with I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, or if it came on there, but did you see that link I posted in the live chat or in the chat?
What in this live chat?
And the one here on thing, did it show up?
The YouTube.
Oh, the YouTube reference.
Yeah. Now this is one that Alan suggested to me, and it's called Factron Tools. Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay.
Now, from what I'm hearing from him, though, and the reason why I'm skeptical now about using AI or using people's AI like Bill Altman's doing here is because apparently you can build it and you can decide which libraries go into it so that when it answers your questions, it'll answer according to what libraries it has stored inside of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The data sets, yeah.
So that means all these freaking psychopath freaking conspiracy theory idiots can freaking put up all their fictitious books, and when you go into chat to find out what the truth is about something, you're going to hear about how Atlantis was freaking created and freaking created the Sumerians and the
what you put in is what you get. Argument. It can only work on the data it's got.
Mm-hmm. Like they're going to take out woke shit and put all their freaking crazy conspiracy bullshit in. It is.
Mr. Robot will love that.
You know. That's what I have an issue about when it comes to using Grok on freaking X or going in here and using an AI here, because I know it's going to be loaded full of shit, because like they're going to put a lot of conservative, not even conservative ideas. They're like freaking like crazy freaking like,
and in theory, this is where copyleft open source licenses come in handy, come in useful, because then you should be able to review all the data sets.
Well, your AI should be able to search out the internet and find the information that it needs to, instead of it being just from
But in this case, if it's only using a specific data set, and if it's got a copyleft open source license, like let's say the AGPL license, then you should be able to review the data sets themselves.
But I think you asked some people asked some people asked some fairly recent questions, and it seems to be able to answer. So
Yeah,
it's not using an old data set.
Fact check it too, though. Like just because they're answering it doesn't mean that it's right. You know, because I've caught freaking Chat GPT just bold-faced lying to me. Okay. Like
you saw in that conversation, technically, this AI bot actually lied at the start.
Mm-hmm.
It talked about itself being open source, but later on, it admitted that it hasn't got an open source license and it's using proprietary backends.
Right.
Therefore, is it open source or isn't it open source? Is it lying or is it? Yeah, it's being contradictory.
It's intended to be open source.
Yeah. I'm intending to be the king of England. What that's going to happen?
Well, just to make things a little bit better, though, Chat GPT did tell me that they were coming out with freaking Elder Scrolls 6. So I got all excited and I was like, yeah, dude. So I went and because I was checking it and I seen that and I turned around and I checked and he's like, no. Or it was already supposed to be out as what Chat GPT said. It just was released. So I went to check and it's not even in the talks. There's rumors that it might come out.
Actually, funny enough, I've come across a couple of those rumors and came across a actual long video about that. Bethesda Softworks is not intending to release anything soon.
But my whole point is Chat GPT told me point blank that it had just been released. I mean, it point blank lied to me.
I mean, technically, it is getting ready, but it could be a couple notes on the back of a fag paper.
No,
on the back of cigarette paper. So, technically, if I scrolled off a couple notes on a piece of paper or cigarette paper, then, technically, it's getting ready. So, it's not technically incorrect.
I think Chat GPT is a lying fucking bastard. I mean, because personally, I want Elder Scrolls 6 to come out. You know, when I went in there and I found that out, I was pretty pissed about it, to be honest with you, because that's a big deal for me. I love playing Elder Scrolls. Well, Skyrim mostly. If they came out with another game as good as Skyrim, dude, it's going to be the top of the freaking. It's going to be good.
As long as they get a new lead writer. I mean, on the last game, on that space RPG game, a lot of the writing was really poor.
Yeah, they're
a lot of the plot was really poor.
That's one of the games that they're actually putting the AI onto. They're making it to where the game's going to have the expansive universe with generated. It's going to be generated through AI.
Okay. It's going to be procedurally replicated, like all previous games. So like not
procedural generated
previous style games. So it's not really AI. It's just a database that's bits and pieces.
You need to get with today's world, dude. Okay, what you call procedural generation,
so everything that
AI.
Anything that the database laden now is AI.
I know.
Because some marketer has decided to call it AI.
Well,
so we work on a basic database.
Minecraft had AI well over 15 years ago. You know that, right?
I made an argument yesterday with a friend. He said a lot of these developers, or not mainly developers, but marketing executives, don't actually have actual intelligence. Never mind talking about AI.
Oh, look at he's upset, dude. That's why I love having you on the camera when we talk like this, because you did that lip thing. like,
Do you zoom him on purpose, or do you do it himself?
it's on automatic so that if anybody talks,
Oh, that's
the camera
cool.
pops up. So
Yeah. That's cool.
So now, whenever somebody comes in and they do a pair, you know what I mean, or they open up the camera, it'll pop up. But that's about it.
Okay.
I think it's pretty cool. Like whenever they do have that process, you know what I mean? Procedural generation. I do like it, but like when it comes to this whole AI thing, if they're going to have freaking a machine putting it into place, it's going to get even worse. It was bad enough with games like Minecraft and all them.
Actually, talking of which, we are all of a generation that can remember the original Elite game, the Elite Space Simulator game back in 1984.
I played that one.
Okay, that's all about procedurally placing planets all over the place, which you can fly to, and space stations all over the place.
Yeah. Okay, I remember.
It was created back in 1984, the original. I think there's been about 4 or 5 different new editions since. Elite Dangerous being the one. Yeah, but so are we saying that because they used procedural generation back in '84, it was using AI?
Well, there's an issue with that though, because the thing about it is you guys didn't have freaking the whole cloud networks, the cloud systems. You see, now they can get away with it. Now they can get away with it because they have more storage for it rather than your computer generating it. Like on Minecraft, I can do a good computer could generate a land mass the size of Pluto, like I said before. But now, since they're on the cloud system and they're set up through Microsoft, there's no telling how big of a landmass they could generate.
Is it just a matter of computational? No, I disagree with you.
Well, I'm just saying, like this, it would, if you were doing it right off your computer, it would determine how much freaking resources your computer could pull in order to generate. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I remember back in the original Elite game, we were talking about 8-bit computers, so things like BBC microcomputers, Commodores 64s, and PETs, and Spectrums, and
those could have been temporary too, to where it was generated and then deleted, just gone. You know, so like it didn't actually, because back then they didn't even have autosave. So,
well, some games did. Some games did.
You know,
that's not totally true. But remember, for a lot of people, we were still using cassette tapes back then.
Oh man, now you're making me have a hard time. I'm gonna start having heartburn and shit. Because
Funnily enough, I didn't own a floppy disk drive until I purchased an Amiga back in, or my family purchased an Amiga for my birthday or Christmas or something back in 1989. Already been using BBC Model B pluses and Commodore 64s for many years beforehand.
An Amiga.
Good 5 years.
I bet you are so proud.
Actually, yes and no. I learned things like basic assembly, Lisp, Fortran, or a bit of Fortran, and a bit of Forth on a BCB. And the BCB actually had much more for that sort of purpose, had much more scope.
Now, which Amiga did you have? The 500?
500 plus.
Yeah.
With an extra 1 meg. So it's 2 meg RAM.
Yeah. I forgot about that. It went straight from the 500 plus to the 1000, right?
No, the 1000 was aimed at the business-oriented user, the professional workstation-oriented user. They've got a weird thing. The 1000 was probably one of the first machines, and then for the retail consumer, the standard consumer, it was 500 plus, 600 and 1200, plus the CD TV, which was never a big, which was just a repackaged 500 plus.
You know they sell those still, right? You can still buy them on the internet.
Okay, well, yeah, old, new old stock. But for the professional market, you were looking at the 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, each using the Motorola 68000 chipsets, CPUs. So 68000 for the 1000, 68000, and 10 for the 2000, and but yeah, funnily enough, if it wasn't for those chipsets, we probably wouldn't have mobile phones now, because these things use ARM chipsets, CPUs that which are really newer versions of the Motorola chipsets of that generation.
Did you ever use one of those Jare Commodore Amigas?
Huh?
It's called the Jare. The Jare. It's Jahre, I believe.
Oh, Jaguar.
Jare. I always called it.
Yeah. No, sorry, I'm not familiar. Could be US brand, and then
it's a Commodore Amiga.
Okay.
Now those were cool. They came out with the mouse and they had the joystick and everything. And I believe the joystick had like 2 buttons that went with it too.
The thing, it's interesting. Commodore business machines, I think that they were called at the time, produced things like the Commodore 64 and the Amiga. Commodore 64 being one of the longest running single computers produced. It had something like a 10-year lifespan. And then in the latter years, before they went bankrupt, they started to repackage these computers in different shells. So there's a very rare Commodore 64, which is actually doesn't contain a keyboard, and it's built as a games console.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I know. They have tons of them on eBay. I seen one that was on freaking eBay for the A500. It was for sale for like $200.
That's expensive. That's almost like retail price at the time.
Well, I mean, today's money, it's not bad.
Yeah, I suppose so. One thing I would do if I ever had one of those machines straight from eBay would be to open it up, check the power supply, because that could well be degraded by now, and check probably recap it, replace all the capacitors, because we're talking about 30 odd years now. A lot of them would have leaked by now.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that it's not just sitting around for all these years in somebody's garage and they decide to throw it.
Well, even if it's boxed, the capacitors there's still potential for them to degrade and leak.
Okay. I think we should probably get back to 10. We were talking about mines, man. I'm sorry, guy.
What was I doing?
We were talking about mines and the AI and all that stuff, and
Yeah, I think you two have gone through all of it. My point
now there
was that they hopefully in the next few days we will hear they're posting some, like, once again they're posting early releases of what they're experimenting with, and in the near future they will publish the source code somewhere for us to look at.
Mm-hmm. If they are allowed to, depending on licensing. Again, as I've already demonstrated, there is no open source license, so it's still a grey area. I also find it interesting that Minds is releasing these experimental things into the production part of the platform, in their canaries.
This thing is straight into production. There's no canary.
Yeah. It was only 2 days ago that we all knew anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, in fact, we only knew anything about it.
They just popped it up. Like I just found out about it because of you and stuff. So
I've been trying to look in GitLab for any hints of this development. I couldn't find anything. Could you?
I haven't actually looked yet, but I'm just having a look now.
Yeah. I couldn't find any hint of it. Maybe they're doing this in the top secret project management repo somewhere else.
Mine's the transparent and community-owned platform.
Right.
They've got that underground or that basement. What's his face is down in with his filing cabinet, and he's down there, and it's top secret, and only he knows what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's basically what it sounds like to me. Like they don't freaking have it opened up. They're just running it straight off somebody's computer or some shit.
Right.
You know, and they're needing somebody. They're needing guinea pigs to ask questions so they can do their promptu coding.
Right.
Yeah, I am concerned. We did have a town hall meeting in December, which I was heavily critical of. And the next one is meant to be in March, on my calculations, every 3 months, every quarter. So I'm interested to see if they're going to have one in next month. And if not, then it sort of indicates to me that they are ignoring the entire transparency ethos of their own project. And this further demonstrates that they're ignoring the transparency ethos.
Galactic Fire says howdy on Rumble. So hello.
Howdy.
Hello, Galactic Fire t-shirts and things. But yeah, that brings me to something else. I guess it might fit in here, but we can bring it up later too, Tan, if you want to. But in Element, you were talking about freaking DeepSeek.
Oh yeah.
Now, when you were bringing that up, what stuck out to you on that one? Because that might be kind of relevant to Minds now. So
Did we talk about it last week? I don't remember.
No, we kind of talked about NVIDIA and stuff, but that was about it.
Yeah.
Now,
I think somebody was looking into setting it up and playing it, an instance of it locally. I haven't gotten to doing that
I've not done any research on this project at all. So,
well, I mean, you had a link too where it said China's DeepSeek AI models shocked the world.
Yeah, well, and that's. I think we talked about that briefly last week about how it affected how it causes Nvidia stock to plunge. Like in one day, they lost billions of dollars just because of this.
but like I said, this is a sort of swings and roundabouts argument. One day it's going to the market will favour one thing, and then the next day the market will favour something else. So.
Or did it rebound?
Things plunge in one day. That's in collapse Nvidia, isn't it?
Did it rebound since then?
I've not checked Nvidia's stock price since. I can't remember what they called now. Nvidia Corporation. Give me a 6-month thing. No, they're fairly strong. They're not the strongest they've been, but they are fairly strong.
Okay.
Now with them, that's where we ended up getting into the whole conversation about their GPUs, because that's probably their latest.
The GPUs and the APUs.
Yeah.
NPUs, APUs.
Now I've been kind of researching a lot of that stuff too, and like everybody's talking about these GPUs, but they're actually saying that the best stuff to use, it's not even freaking NVIDIA. It's like if you go out and get what is that company called? It's the cheap brand of freaking GPUs. You know what I'm talking about?
There's only 3 major players in this game: NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD.
No, there's another one. It's the older one.
They're the 3 major players in that market.
GPU sellers. Now I'm going to have to
Manufacturers rather than sellers.
Manufacturers, yeah. I can probably pull it up. It's not Gigabyte, not NVIDIA. Well, it could be Gigabyte.
Yeah, no, Gigabyte is just a board manufacturer. They don't produce their own chipsets. They only produce the PCBs.
Yeah, but it didn't give me. It took me a second. I caught it though. There's NVIDIA, Intel, Samsung.
Samsung. It's a computer manufacturer. They don't produce their own chipsets. They only produce the.
I'm just reading what the Google search with their cool AI overview is telling me, which goes back to what I was talking about. Their freaking line.
Samsung does not produce any chip. Doesn't develop any chipsets that I know of. When it comes to things like mobile phones, they buy their radio chipsets from Qualcomm.
No, they said Intel, Asus, Gigabyte, MSI, EVGA, Sapphire, and Zotac.
Okay, the only company that actually produce chips themselves in this in that list is Intel. All the others are just PCB manufacturers. They're just board manufacturers.
Now they're saying major. If you go to people who ask and you ask them who manufactures GPUs, it says NVIDIA Corporation, Intel Corporation, and Advanced Micro Devices. So that means people also ask is smarter than the freaking GPU.
Yeah.
Or the than
Again, there's only
AI.
3 major players in the GPU chipset.
But are you getting what I'm saying? It's smarter
Yeah.
than the actual AI that just posted it. I scrolled down to the freaking people also ask section, and it came out with that. Now, which manufacturer is best? And it says NVIDIA is considered as the best manufacturer of graphic cards. NVIDIA's idea for users who need just the best possible gaming performance and
So you're talking about a specific niche market. So you're talking about games.
Gaming is
Again, you said the best. You haven't defined what you mean by the best.
Seriously, like that is the best. Like if you're not gaming, you're not doing the best on a computer.
Hey? Oh, so they don't. So people
And
who
one thing,
use a workstation to, I don't know, create word processing, Office documents, and browsing Facebook needs a full-fledged gaming GPU now, according to you.
We're talking the best manufacturer.
I remind you about the 2 secret words: user and case.
User case? Come on, dude. Seriously, I'm just saying that if you're using a computer and you want the best manufacturer graphics card, according to this, NVIDIA.
The best could be the most cost-effective. Would you say NVIDIA being the most cost-effective?
The best, I think, meaning the most expensive.
Yeah, especially if you're using your workstation just as a workstation for office usage. Having that full-blown GPU is not the best in that scenario.
Oh, but by the way, talking about the workstation, update on my workstation that died.
Yeah.
I got an SSD 2 terabyte, and I'm installing Ubuntu on it. I'm setting it up as a Linux
Now be
desktop.
careful. Be careful. If you start using Linux, you're not going to be allowed on Facebook.
I'm not going to be able to go back. I'm going to be back to Windows, man.
Now on, Facebook has declared everyone with a Linux computer as a virus, a threat. So you're no longer.
Where? Who says that? I'm pretty sure.
Zuckerberg, man.
Linux.
Zuckerberg. And the GPUs, I said that are the cheap ones that they said that are best for like big systems like that is actually Radeon.
Actually, for cost and especially big purchase costs
for
the enterprise scenario, I would say Intel. Also for maintenance purposes, in the enterprise scenario, I would argue Intel, because you don't need third-party frameworks, you don't need third-party drivers and stuff.
I've been hearing all of them say that stuff when it comes to the Radeon, especially when looking into like using that setup I was telling you about before, where I want to freaking, instead of having a server, do it to where, you know what I mean. Every one of them is suggesting that you use freaking Radeon for it.
Again, I doubt that the sites that you're looking at are enterprise focused.
Well,
they're all consumer based focused.
I look at sites that actually gives you good deals. Like
consumer based focused, not enterprise. You're not buying 500 machines. You're not buying. You're not agreeing to contract that you are purchasing 1,000 machines from.
Well,
you're purchasing. You're looking
what I'm reading that they're explaining is that's the way they're using these Radeon freaking CPU or GPUs. They're doing them by the mass amounts, and they're applying them because they're cost efficient and they're good. They're good. I mean, they're powerful. They're supposed to be.
But if you do not need that power, it's
That's what I'm saying. That I'm talking about the people who do need the power are using it.
I've always come to working in retail repairs, as I have done, and I've seen so many especially teenagers and the under 25 sort of group demographic wanting to buy the latest and fastest computer, and then I asked them what are they going to use it for, and they are underutilizing the machines.
Yeah, it's AMD anyhow. AMD radio.
It's okay. It's okay to buy the latest and fastest and most powerful machine possible for your budget, but if you aren't going to utilize that power, then what's the point?
Well, I mean, all I'm saying though is they're saying that the AMD Radeons are supposed to be freaking the best when it comes to freaking using it for virtual machines. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
yeah, but again, that's arguable again because unless you're using, if you're using it for virtual machines, then you are going to be using pass-through hardware. Generally speaking, a lot of virtual machines not using pass-through. They in the majority of virtual machines, they are using virtualized or artificial GPU sort of things, or frameworks.
Well, I mean,
GPU mechanism. So it's not actually a direct hardware pass-through.
Mm-hmm. And for me, man, I would probably use it just because of the freaking price. They are a lot cheaper than anything you're going to get from NVIDIA. Most definitely.
Well, yeah, again, NVIDIA is expensive, but arguably they are more expensive than similar sort of chipsets from Intel.
Well, I mean, AMD Radeon.
With the newer CPUs, they have hardware virtualizations. Right?
Yes, but unless in things like XN, KVM, QEMU, VMware, and these things, you've got to actually set up hardware pass-through yourself. It's not a native-of-box sort of experience. You've got to do physically. And I don't even think VirtualBox even allows for hardware pass-through on GPUs. No, in fact, it doesn't. In fact, I don't even think VMware actually allows for hardware pass-through on GPUs.
Now, you have issues with passwords, right?
Right? Me having issues with passwords. What's the sense?
No,
I've got far too many, if that's what you think. My password management is all over the place. But yeah, if that's what you're saying. But yeah, what do you mean?
No, I mean you have an issue with having to use like Facebook, or not Facebook, but like passwords, right, on anything, right?
No, I don't have an issue with passwords per se. I mean, sure, I use things like I've got this small device on my keyring, which is a I can't remember what you call them now. A YubiKey, which is a hardware decryption key. So I can use that as a part of my two-factor authentication. So let's say, as an example, on my next cloud deployment, I've got to set up so it will ask me for a password and then will ask me to insert that key.
Okay, so
yeah.
What I dug it up on the Facebook thing so that I could bring it out now. Facebook in January labeled Linux as malware and groups associated with Linux as cybersecurity threats. Okay, so
based upon what? Because
now users reported that their accounts were locked or limited after posting about Linux. Then Distro Watch, a site that covers Linux, noticed the ban and peeled it. Later on, Facebook admitted the ban was a mistake and fixed it.
Okay. No, Valve, the people who create, not Valve themselves, one of their contributors, EA Games or something, has a Epic has a problem with Linux based users.
No, what happened at Facebook was supposed to be revamping its content moderation at the time, and it may have detected like malware in an archive on DistroWatch, and like for me, they were probably right on the nose about it because like Linux users are a cybersecurity threat.
So what they're saying is that they found one instance of malware, therefore they have to label an entire computer kernel, an entire operating system kernel as malware. So obviously they will consider and that uses Android as being malware. Because that uses a Linux kernel.
Not them. Artificial intelligence.
Okay. That AI is acting on behalf of the company.
Well, I mean, it's like, who do you talk to when you have problems on Facebook? You don't talk to humans.
I don't talk to anybody on Facebook.
Okay. You know who people talk to.
Okay. So according to Facebook, Meta Platforms Linux kernel operating systems malware. Therefore, all Android users are malware, or using an operating system that they consider to be malware. Both the US and UK and most of European security agencies, including the military agencies, malware, because a lot of them use things like Red Hat Enterprise, which is a Linux kernel-based operating system. A lot of public sector agencies are using Red Hat Enterprise. A lot of, in fact, I can think quite a few corporate bodies, such as banks, that use Red Hat Enterprise. So, according to Facebook, all these companies are using malware. All these organizations are using malware.
They could be, though.
Seriously?
They could be.
Seriously?
Now, understand, I had to pull up some good information about AI because I knew this was a good topic. So, just so you guys know, it's like it's pretty cool how I freaking brought up how AI with Facebook and
we seem to be bleeding from the Minds Roundtable onto a Tech Talk session.
It does concern Minds because now they're going down this avenue where they're applying AI to their freaking program. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're going to have to take a broader look at this thing because I think it's got a lot more issues than what they think it does.
But remember that they only using artificial intelligence, machine learning. Mine's it's only using machine learning for the purpose of chat, as a conversational sort of framework mechanism.
For now.
They are not using it. I remember, Bill, this was discussed a couple of years ago, and I remember Bill actually stating that for moderation purposes, they will limit their use of any sort of automated functionality, such as what you would call artificial intelligence, for the purpose of only flagging posts and flagging users, not for the outright banning or reviewing of the content. That's all done by humans.
I don't know, man.
Well, think about, instead of you have somebody in support answering your questions, if this chatbot is able to mine from the knowledge base that they have about facts about minds, you can get automated replies to questions about minds without some human.
Okay, so if you think that some of the minds styles supports replies are of low quality, as we've proven out in Vince Mary's chat, just imagine how low a quality it would be when if this happens.
Yeah.
Say bye-bye.
I mean,
poor Bashy.
It needs improvement, but
I would argue
think that is
it's
the idea.
It was done before anyway, and this is an ongoing issue for many years. But it's down to training, staff training at the end of the day, and as such, that is the job of people like Jack and Bill Ottoman to make sure that the staff are receiving the training, the appropriate level of training. And that's a question that's a concern that I have had for many years now.
So I'm kind of confused. Are you for or against AI? Because you're giving these mixed vibes of love.
Okay, for or against? You're going to have to be a bit more. That's a very broad sort of.
Not really, dude.
Depends on the nature.
Yeah, it would be a broad view if I wasn't talking about you.
It depends on the functionality. It depends on the purpose of such.
I can see when we start getting into conversations about AI, I can see the disdain in your face, dude. Okay.
Well, again, my view.
It's like with that conversation,
they use it in such a broad thing, and they don't actually explain themselves. AI is just a market. In that concept, AI is just a marketing crutch.
But then you have that conversation you just had right there. You're actually talking in a positive way towards AI.
No, again, you are talking about such a broad concept, and you are not defining what you mean by AI. It's too broad.
And what was you going to say? He's just full of nonsense.
You will never get an admission from Mark.
Yeah, I know. He just said
it. You've got to define what you mean.
What you just said before we got started here was nice, positive stuff about AI.
AI as a broad definition as a broad subject matter.
The stuff you just said.
Again, we're talking about such broad subject matters. You've got to pinpoint what you actually mean.
Well, what I actually mean is, for a second there, you were taken up for AI.
Again, what do you mean by AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I didn't ask you to. What do you actually mean by artificial intelligence? Define your meaning of the term artificial intelligence.
Machine learning.
Be more specific.
Okay. Artificial intelligence that is also called machine learning.
For God's sake, you. Time, people, you were deliberately being difficult, aren't you?
I'm just trying to figure out what the best and proper way of answering your question is. So now with AI or with AI with Minds.com, okay. Now
the chatbot, the natural language.
They're going to make that Minds Plus, right? Like that's not going to be like just for everybody to use, is it?
I saw a comment earlier on today's post that's on the official Minds channel, asking about this, and I thought about it, and I don't think that I will, because I cannot see that by making it plus only, or making it a membership only, then there won't be enough reason for it to be of use.
I think they should make it a plus. That way I don't have to see it.
I disagree. I can't see.
I don't have to see it. I don't have to care about it. If I can't freaking schedule a post, then I don't want to freaking see AI stuck in my face every day.
I'm just curious to see, let's say within the next year, how much of this facility is going to be used, or how many people are going to use this facility.
It's just a chatbot.
Yeah, precisely. It's just a chatbot. It's got limited functionality. It's for most users. I can see it's a fun toy. But that's all it is. It's a fun toy.
Mm-hmm. Now you might get. I know. Like Bob Dub and Satori and Within the Vacuum and all them, they use AI, so
yeah,
they might.
Yeah, I can see a limited appeal. Again, only be limited.
I don't know. A lot of people love that stuff. They get on there and they just they come up with some of the craziest stuff. Like even on Skype, freaking Dave Kelso and Angel, they'll go on there and start just doing random shit.
Yeah, I get it. Some people use it, but I again just see that there is it's a bandwagon. Everybody's talking about chat bots at the moment, and in certain situations I can see it being used effectively, but in most situations, as far as the normal user, normal consumer is concerned, I can't see.
And this is where I think you're like in complete and total denial, dude. You're like one of those old dudes that are freaking too old to freaking figure it out. I mean, this shit's going to be around, dude. It's
going to be around. I'm not. It's going to change, but it's going to change. It's going to.
It's going to be around. Wow.
Yeah. But all these social media platforms introducing these chatbot functionality, again,
what do you think they're doing that for?
Limited.
You know why they're doing that, don't you?
Yeah, it's because it's a fad at the moment.
No, they're
it's
trying
like
to
cloud was 5 years ago. It's a fad.
No, they're gathering information. They're literally storing this shit up in databases, and it's growing.
Yeah, this is why I asked about things like the handling of data provisions in that conversation I had with that the Minds AI yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
About who handles the data and how does that affect things like EU, EEA, GDPR, and things like the California Consumer Protection Act.
I think they shut you down, dude. Like the moment you started asking those questions, because if you notice,
No, it did respond on that specific point. Actually,
but after a certain amount of time, they just kept saying that they can't help you with any more information.
Yeah. I asked pertinent questions and it couldn't answer them in effect.
What happened was Bill got on there and said, "Look, you need to stop talking to this dude." And the AI said, "Yes, sir, I will obey."
I like your take much better.
Yeah, so do I. I like it much better because that's what it is. I mean, it's like freaking, Bill's watching in the background while you're talking to AI, thinking, "Oh shit,
yeah,
he's gonna break my freaking AI."
If Skynet,
now, somebody, have you interacted, Mark? Have you ever interacted with Mark Hardy?
Yes, I have on a couple of occasions. A couple on the GitLab, which has been absolutely professional. But I've had a few personal conversations with him, and well, let's just say we don't really gel that well together.
Okay. I think somebody on Bill's post was complaining to Bill about Mark's professionalism. I don't know what run-in they've had with each other, but that's kind of
I've had a couple. Let's just say I've had a couple of run-ins with Mark in the past.
Well, I mean, you guys keep like trying to be all cool with them and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stop being all cool with them and just ask them the straight, precise questions.
I do. You've seen my sort of conversational pieces when we've had town halls and in the Canaries chat room. I always do it straight to the point.
Well, you seem really polite to them every time I see.
Well, of course, yeah. There's no need to be rude. There's no need to be.
You don't need to be mean or rude or polite. You can just ask a question and say, "Look, man, I want an answer." You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can. But I can frame it in a polite manner, can't I?
No, because then they take advantage of your kindness. Like you come to somebody with a question that you want answered, and if you do it in a nice way, they take advantage of it.
Do they though? Because I always fire back and ask
all
them.
Of a sudden, they're running the show. All of a sudden, they're running the show, and they're freaking dictating what they will say and they won't say.
Yeah, and I always, and then in that sort of situation, I always ask them to clarify themselves. And point, and if I see any contradictions, I'll point them out.
You do it with a smile and a handshake, dude. Seriously.
I am British, damn it.
Yes, I know. That's exactly what I was thinking when you was getting. Even before that, I was like, "It's that damn British shit coming on."
Yeah. I can be forceful. I can be direct
being assertive
in such a way that still makes it.
I'm not talking about being mean or anything like me. I know I'm mean about stuff. But I'm saying there's a way of being assertive.
I can be assertive, and I have been assertive on many occasions.
Like when you talk to these people, be assertive. Don't be nice, because once you show kindness and nice,
you can be assertive and nice, assertive and polite.
No, you can't.
I remember me and Lucian having a similar conversation a couple of years ago, and I pointed out to him that I can be. I wouldn't say aggressive. I can put my point over in such a way that it sounds like it's being polite. And on first look of the comments, it can be polite, but there's an undertone there.
An undertone?
Yeah, I see undertone when you chat with Bill Ottman all the time. Seems like a confrontational undertone.
Well, not
No, he's straight up pissed when he talks to Bill.
No. It depends on the replies I get, obviously. If I believe that he's evading a point or obscuring a question, then or obfuscation, using obfuscation, then I will point it out. I will say, "This is not what I asked. Please, let's get back to the point in hand." I would, yeah.
Okay, so what was the deal today? I noticed in the chat where he was talking about video being expensive. So are they going to start? Are they going to start charging?
Yeah. What was that point about? So somebody was asking when they were going to provide download option for the video, and he said,
"Okay, I didn't buy. I briefly saw that, and I didn't buy it." He's saying that downloading video is expensive. I disagree because downloading video is just as expensive as playing it from their framework. There is no difference. It's still the transmission of data from a server to a client machine. So yeah, there is no difference in expense.
Man, you and Bill need to freaking have a throwdown. Like, seriously, just get on the next town hall and put it to him. Say, look, man, this is where I'm going to be assertive with you. We're not going to play Mr. Nice Guy no more. And you just straight out say exactly what you just said right there.
Well, I'll couch it in light language, obviously.
Don't be polite. Just say it just like you said right there.
Well, I couched it in fairly polite language just then.
No, you didn't. You didn't say it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to add a few pleases.
Please and thank you. What is it? Thank you, ma'am, and all that. I forgot how we used to say it back in the day. Please.
Sorry, that's a very American sort of concept.
No, that's it. That was always that was everybody. They used to always say that. Please and thank yous. That was important, even in England.
Yeah, know your P's and Q's.
Now, see, that's an American thing right there. See, you're
a British thing. P's and Q's, I believe.
No, you dot your I's and T's. We have our P's and Q's.
Okay.
Dot your I's and slash your T's.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's English. You just stole an American saying, dude.
I think that's actually a British thing, but I would have to have a look at the etymology of that.
What do you think, Tan, since you're from Canada? You can be neutral here.
I'm always neutral.
Well, I mean, Canada, I'm saying, you're like a Canadian having to, like, make a decision if it's American or if it's British.
I'm not familiar with that phrase. So
according to Wikipedia, actually, according to Wikipedia, P's and Q's meaning mind your manners, mind your language, be on your best behavior, watch what you're doing. But the origins go back to the mid-19th century. Dated the first recognized entry of this term dates back to 1851, and it's mentioned in the third edition of the Oxford English Dictionary.
Oh God!
Oh, so it's English.
Yeah,
he's trying to say it, but you got to remember he's reading that off of freaking
Wikipedia. Yeah. Well, just as a quick sort of, if I had more time, I'd do some more research.
Once you run that through the AI and see what
run through the mind's AI.
See what the mind's AI says.
But yeah.
Let's start a thread. Let's start a post and ask the AI all kinds of questions that we're asking. Let it participate in our roundtable.
Don't let it freaking answer questions that we have. We might actually break it because Mark's already.
It would be fun, right? Just start a post and start asking it questions.
Mark already almost broke it. No, I would get on there and start asking like obscene shit, and I would get confused.
Yeah.
Wait, I think what's her name? Jeez, crap! Her name slipped me. That lady from New Zealand that we would.
Oh, Bob Dub.
Bob Dub, yeah. Bob Dub asked it to create a poem and all that crap. So.
Now, it shouldn't have a hard time with doing the poems. Like, they would do drafts of like the dude, where's my wallet, and then go through and edit it and make it the way they wanted it. So on ChatGPT is what I was using, and they were using some other stuff besides that. But like that's actually like pretty standard with the poems and stuff. So
yeah,
I had to stop doing that shit because it was starting to make me feel freaking guilty.
Yeah.
But the thing is, man, is I can't freaking write damn poems now. Like, I'm getting brain farts. I used to be able to write them things so good whenever I was on drugs. When I was smoking dope, dude, I could make some of the best poems you could ever think of.
Okay.
Maybe write a few limericks, but poems.
Well, poems first of all has to do with like your imagination. You know what I mean? And like when you sober up, freaking a lot of your imagination's gone because it was like central around drugs. You know, you got all freaking. Got all fancy,
and it's also about structure. Poems are set out in specific sort of structures.
Well, that depends on if you're high or sober. Like people who smoke dope are never structured.
Okay.
I mean, it's like they can't even keep a schedule. You know what I'm saying? I was never able to keep a schedule when I was smoking dope.
Actually, I'm going to disagree on that one.
I've been freaking hanging out with dope heads since I've been sober, dude. And you know what? They're always fucking late. They never show up. They freaking, like they say freaking they're going to do something on a weekly basis and they end up high and stoned and acting stupid. Next thing you know, they can't make it once a week.
I think that's down to the individual person because my experience. Let's just say my experience.
I haven't met one dopehead that can freaking keep a schedule, dude, at all.
Okay.
Not one.
Okay. I'm not going to comment because I could incriminate myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I doubt you actually do. To be honest with you, like I've seen you talk about your drinking and shit. You can't even freaking like you got like a little bottle of what was it, brandy for New Year's Eve? Was it brandy?
New Year's Eve? No, actually, I think you were talking about gin and tonic at the time. I don't drink that much anyway.
That's what I'm trying to say. You drank a little bit of it.
Not as much as I used to. That's to say,
you know, like freaking, you drank a little bit of it, and it was time to go to bed and shit.
Hardly.
Yeah, all right.
When it comes to the, let's say, the other more illicit substance, I've had a wide experience.
Well, you know, I'm talking about keeping schedules. I'm not talking about like
again, I think my organisational sort of abilities are fairly good.
Okay, so do you sit around smoking dope all day?
Again, I'm not going to answer that because I might incriminate myself.
Yes, he does. He's a dope head. He's a reefer.
I am not going to answer anything because
I bet you if you pull that freaking curtain down behind him, there's a freaking meth lab behind him. I would almost bet he's freaking smoking up the meth, and that's why he's always on the freaking computer talking about terms of services and shit. Reading freaking terms of services. I mean, you have to be on meth to fucking be reading nothing but terms of services.
Be concentrated on reading endless legal documentation all day.
The closest thing I can relate to that, something like that, would be like whenever I'm putting a computer together, I like go into this dazed world where I'm lost and I can't. The only thing I'm focusing on is the computer, and everything else is just kind of like invisible. You know what I mean? Or not really invisible, but I'm not focusing on anything but that.
No, try doing that when you're building, let's say, 8 computers in an hour.
8 computers in an hour. Wow.
Yeah, I've done things like I remember.
What do you mean? What do you mean build? What do you do when you build?
Actually, when I was doing retail repairs, I was building completely building component level. Plugging in PCI boards and actually building cases and sticking motherboards and drives in. I was building like 9, roughly speaking, on average, 8 to 9 machines per day.
Okay.
I guarantee you was doing crack then.
And when I've done things like enterprise and educational, let's say Windows upgrades. I've been on 2 major Windows upgrade projects. One moving, what was that? 30, 60, 90, 120. Let's say 118 machines, moving from Windows 3.11 to Windows 95, and I was going through, let's say, 5 machines per hour. And I've done also a contract where I was when I was installing upgrading from Windows 98 to Windows XP in
that old crack pipe sitting in this
containing 500 machines, workstations per department, roughly. And yeah, I was going through about 5-6 deployments in a single shot.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you he was smoking crack the whole time, dude.
Actually, these were my first project was an educational establishment, so obviously
definitely smoking crack.
And the second example I gave was a insurance company.
I'll tell you one thing, man. When I was doing dope really, really bad, I used to know freaking people who were like those daycare freaking people that always took care of your kids after school and shit. Motherfuckers be in the fucking bathroom snorting cocaine and shit, dude, while they were freaking supposed to be watching kids. And I've been sober for a long time now, you know, and I was sitting there talking to Zach, and he does child care over in England. And I don't know why the hell I asked him, but I was like, dude, do you have like freaking people you work with that does freaking drugs and shit? And he's like, no. Like he's going to tell me the truth in the first place. Right. But I told him that, and then I was like, oh, dude, that's some fucked up shit. I can't believe I actually asked him that out in the open if he knew that shit. But It's the truth, man. Child care. I guarantee it. Every one of those people that are doing child care are fucking coke and crack addicts.
Allegedly.
I bet you they are. Not all of them. I would say majority of them are doing drugs.
Okay.
Teachers especially. If they're teachers, they're definitely on dope because they're just a bunch of hippies. You know why teachers? You know why teachers become teachers?
Why?
Go on.
Summer school.
Okay, maybe in the US.
I guarantee you became.
It just reminds me of an old joke. And remember, I am a qualified adult educationalist myself. I can teach in a further education, so like college rather than university.
Well, that's actually.
There's an old joke in the business. Those who can, or those who can't teach, those who can do. So those who can, like, they build.
How's that a joke?
He messed it up. I mean, he just fucked up the joke, is what it was.
Well, you get the gist. You get the gist.
I think he's on crack, dude.
Yeah, you drive me to it.
Just fuck that joke up bad, dude. I like. But no, my old sponsor when I was in AA, he was freaking his name's Daryl, and he's a professor for a university, and he told me straight out, he's like, I'm gonna tell you something about this educational shit. He's like, when you hear the education system bitching about money and things like that, especially teachers, it's like, don't pay any attention to that, because for one thing, if they're elementary school teachers, they're freaking lazy as shit. They went to school thinking they could freaking hang out and do drugs, freaking party all the time, and they only wanted to become teachers so that they could freaking have summers off, and and this is a professor telling me this, and he says, and when they were done, that's what they wanted. And now he went to college. He became an educator for elementary school. Then he went back for freaking high school, and then he eventually became a university teacher, and then a professor. And he said the reason why he did that was because he continued his education. And he's like, and that's what the problem is with these school teachers, the ones that are elementary school teachers and high school teachers. They didn't want to go any further.
There is a level progression within education. It can be head of department and so on. But to be fair, whilst I was working in education, I've had some pleasant parties, but that's all you could call them, pleasant parties. They weren't wild, mad parties. They were just sort of pleasant, sort of wine and cheese sort of things.
You fucking English.
It's a British version of the party.
Yeah, I know. They'd all be like rowboaters and shit. What do they call that fucking sport where you do the rowboat?
Oh, you talking about the Cambridge Oxford thing?
Yeah. What's that? What is that sport? They call it an athletic, but it's just like rowing a boat.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can.
Yakking or some shit. Yackers or something like that. They row. They're like rowers. I can picture you being on the row team.
I don't think I've got the stamina for that.
Okay, so these gentlemen parties. We need to hear about these gentlemen parties, dude.
Okay, it's the sort of after work sort of parties where you just get together with other staff members. Just to win about.
Yeah. That could actually be kind of interesting because I know you got freaky teachers and shit. Like, I knew this one chick, freaking, I won't say her name or nothing, but like, we had to drive her home in this freaking Toyota truck, and she was sitting in the center, and she was like this freaking teacher, and she's all drunk because she couldn't think too straight. She kept trying to reach for shit she shouldn't have been reaching for.
Right.
You know, so it's like freaking you get those teachers drunk, and they start acting all weirded out and crazy and shit because they're not really straight in the head when it comes to drinking, and you know what I mean? A lot of them.
Actually, some of the best parties I've been to in my professional capacity have been sort of Christmas parties for when I've been working for insurance companies and stuff. I can remember we had for one of the companies that I was working for, we had a contract with a Hewlett Packard Kaisera printer engineer, which was our official sort of Kaisera HP vendor, and he invited the technical support department out for a sort of Christmas sort of bash up after, and that was a really fun one.
Christmas parties are usually good. I mean, insurance people, I could imagine that. Like that would just be. I don't know if I could hang out with a bunch of insurance salesmen. Just putting it to you that way, that'd definitely be crazy. So,
well, again, in that sort of scenario, I was mainly handing out your technical support people from my own department.
So I think freaking we've pretty much covered everything when it comes to the mine stuff. There really wasn't very much going on this week, you know.
The AI thing is the most interesting thing happening on mine.
And I really do just want to stop getting in the conversation about this whole thing about like scheduling and all of this crazy stuff because, you know, I'm getting tired of freaking not liking Bill and all of them. It just, you know what I mean? And I hate freaking being the type of person that just gets angry about them. It drives me nuts with them guys. And they've always done shit like this. Like, this isn't something that's new, you know what I mean? They do crazy shit all the time. So...
lack of organization or lack of long-term organizational ability.
Well, I don't know about organization. Like, well, they are potheads. So, allegedly, my ass. You know, every single one of the people freaking that supposedly hangs out with them is freaking potheads.
I can't imagine everybody in mine, all the staff members in mines being so-called potheads.
I guarantee you Mark is.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. What about you, Tan? Are you a pothead?
No.
I didn't think so because I knew you. You're Canadian, and I have this feeling like your wife would probably beat you senseless with kung fu and shit if she caught you smoking pot.
What's the legalities of cannabis in Canada?
It's legal. I have a cannabis tree right behind my backyard. I didn't even know. It's a poppy tree, right?
Is that no? That's opium.
Oh, it's opium.
And
Oh,
this tree,
okay. So let me
ground flower.
backtrack. I guess I am sort of a crack.
Well, if it grows bigger than what it's recommended, then yeah, it can grow into a tree like.
Yeah. Actually, no. Poppies are ground flower, aren't they?
Right. Yeah.
It's not a bush or a tree. It's a.
Well, it can get bigger though, but it'll take a long time to do. You know what I'm saying? It takes years and years to do it. There's another. I've actually had a conversation about this before. There's another tree that's supposed to be just a bush, and if it grows bigger, it can actually become a tree.
Okay.
I forgot what it was called though. It was a while back, about 3 years ago, back when I was gardening.
I'm gonna have to look at the definition of what a tree compared to a bush is.
So freaking Tan's growing heroin in his backyard.
That's right.
I hang out with like the coolest people.
So is it federally legal? So is cannabis federally legal? Is it on a state by state basis?
It is, I think, and they have the cannabis shop all over the city.
Right. Now, is it like here in the United States where it's legal to smoke pot, but you can't freaking sell it? You have to go to the.
You need a license to sell it.
You have to go to a particular place to smoke it. Right.
Oh, to smoke
you can't just smoke it everywhere. No.
So you guys have the Amsterdam rules going on.
Yeah.
So whenever you guys conquered Amsterdam and made it your domain.
I don't think there's ever been a war between Amsterdam and Canada.
I don't think there's been a war between Amsterdam and anybody, dude. Freaking. Could you imagine that? That would be freaking a nightmare. I mean, they'd get slaughtered so bad. It'd be too high to freaking hold the gun, dude. Seriously. Amsterdam? Come on, dude. He's gonna Google it and shit. I doubt it.
Why would a city go to war by itself against another country?
Well, what country is
Netherlands failed during World War II. Netherlands was conquered quite quickly during World War II, wasn't it?
What was?
The Netherlands.
Amsterdam?
Yeah, the Netherlands.
Yeah. Well, Amsterdam being a city, the capital of Netherlands.
Technically, though, you can't like include Amsterdam as like the broader part of the Netherlands.
Well, it's the capital city of the Netherlands.
Well, I mean, me kind of. Yeah, actually, that would have been the area that frickin' the Germans went through whenever you guys were trapped on the European side. Because like there's a story behind that where you guys were planning on going to war and then freaking your soldiers got cut off when the Blitzkrieg came through because they were going south and they literally cut your passage back into England off.
The Dutch armed forces surrendered in May 14th, 1940, only 5 days after Germany invaded.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, they failed quite quickly.
They they couldn't cope with it. Like Belgium, though, come on, dude, seriously. Belgians. I think the only place I think that is worse or just as bad as Belgium is like Newfoundland and all that.
Newfoundland. Why is Newfoundland? Oh yeah, it's Canadian make fun of Newfoundland.
Belgium fell to German occupation in May 28, 1940, after 18 days after Germany invaded.
Well, they're kind of laid back and You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I said Newfoundland, because they
Yeah. They are laid back. Yes.
they're I wouldn't say potheads or anything like that, but like they have the whole laid back, I'm getting high kind of shit, like, you know what I mean? In Nova Scotia and all that. Like my dad, he used to tell me that like shitloads of Norwegians went to frickin' Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
So, and they ended up. Well, if you know anything about Scandinavians, they're all a bunch of free love hippies. You know how everybody always talks about Holland. That's Holland. Holland is a part of all that.
What did they say about Holland, apart from cloaks and good cheese?
They're freaking sexually active perverts.
Yeah.
Not
all.
90%. Or I should probably take that back and say like 98.
Yeah, I would like to see the studies on that one.
Well, I mean, they do like promote sex in their public television, you know. I mean, it's up to you. You can make a decision all you want, and then like I think they could have done better when it came to Ossa Bay. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure they were like pretty much into the whole drug scene even back then. Like you heard about Ossa Bay, right?
No.
Them dummies went out on a freaking ice lake to fight against the Europeans, thinking that an entire army could stand on a freaking ice surface without it collapsing.
Why not? Reminds me of the old sort of images of what happened onto the Thames during the 17th century, 18th century, 17th century, where the mini ice age and where places like the Thames in London froze over, and you could have entire parties on the ice in the river.
Well, we're talking about a major battle, dude. You know what I'm saying?
We've been trying to take the ice, I suppose. What era are we talking about?
It's I believe it's in Ossa Bay is in, where is it? I think it might be in Holland or Sweden.
Yeah. So, but what year are we talking about?
Back in like 500 AD, maybe.
Okay.
Let me find out. Ossa Bay, Sweden. No, it's in Scandinavia. I know that. And then I might misspell the freaking damn name. Let me see, actually. Yeah, they zoomed really, really in close to. Wow, that's in. Actually, it's in freaking. It's in this. It's in Norway.
Yeah.
Dumb bastards.
No, Norway, because I presume in 500 AD maps were totally different.
Well, the thing about Ossa is the fact that with Scandinavia period, especially in Norway, like you can't just travel from point A to point B. It's really rough terrain.
You can now. Doesn't Norway boast one of the best public transit systems
Well,
in
that's
Europe?
because they have to travel around huge ass mountains and stuff. It's insane how bad their terrain is. And like if you go to Asa Bay, you have to freaking a huge mountain that's right in front of it, and the only way to get through that is to try to find another passage that goes around it. And they have roads now that where you can go through that are dug into the mountainsides and stuff. But like before, man, they had riverways, so you had to go a certain route to make it to a certain location. And then if you wanted to get out of there, you had to go back the way you came and then go up another river on the freaking North Sea in order
Same
to.
as the UK. Why do you think the UK boasts, I think, the longest canal system in the world?
Oh, don't give me that.
I believe it is the longest canal system in the world.
You know what sits in between England and freaking France?
Yeah.
That's a big system, dude.
Yeah, it's a canal system.
That's a canal.
That's a sea.
It's the English Channel.
Yeah, it's a channel. It's not a canal. There's a difference between canals and channels.
I would call it just the same as a canal. I mean, what's that one right there in between you guys and Ireland? Where the island?
Yeah, the North Sea. The North Sea.
No, where the island of Man is.
Oh,
that's a channel too, isn't it? The English Channel.
Yeah, it's not canal. Yeah, it's not canal.
What is that? Irish Sea. Yeah.
Yeah, Irish Sea. Yeah.
So you have the Irish Sea, and then you have the English Channel.
I still to this day remember the sort of film, the news reels about the opening and development of the Channel Tunnel.
Yeah, I know.
The railway between France and England, which was finished in 86, 87, I want to say.
My whole point was I can honestly, I understand why you guys would have a channel system like you do, or not a channel system, but
the canal
system like you do. I mean, shit, dude, you got the English Channel, then you got the Irish Sea. I mean, it was predestined if you think about it, you know.
Well, it was the easiest way of shipping goods from one part of the country to the other part of the country, up to the creation of the railway system.
Like the Norwegians were stupid because like they went in and they took over Scotland first. And then when they wanted to conquer you guys, they honestly thought that they could freaking do it by going down the channel and hitting everybody according to the channel down the center, which would have been a good idea. But the only thing that screwed them up was that London was down next to freaking Belgium and Paris. So that meant that they had to make it all the way around, dude, and make it up into London, take London.
At the time, we were talking about the Vikings, where England wasn't a sovereign country per se. It was a
they were still pretty. They were still pretty. It was a time shift or a power shift, is what it was. That was during the time when the Vikings were coming in and the Romans left.
Oh, and on even on the most broadest definitions, you're talking about 500-year difference. Rome left Britain in, let's say, the 5th century AD. And the first conquest of the Vikings were around, what, 9th, 10th century?
No, I think it was like the first one was right at the end of the 700s.
Not Romans, and not Vikings. I think you're thinking 9th, 10th century. But as far as Vikings are concerned, we're talking about a 300-year period.
Yeah.
I think from the 10th to the 12th century.
Well, you also have to consider that it did take them time, because first they ended up taking the islands on the coast of Scotland, and then they didn't even travel south until they started going down the east coast. And I think I'm not quite sure. I think
isn't Lindisfarne on the west coast?
Well, they actually started settling settlements down on the west coast, is what it was, or no, the east coast. They did have settlements down there.
Okay.
And then when they started figuring out the southern parts and everything, they started trying to take and go down the Irish Sea, and that's where they took over Northern Ireland.
Actually, no, you're correct. Lindisfarne is on the east coast.
Mm-hmm. And then when they went into Northern Ireland, they took over, or they created what was it? Their big freaking Irish city down there, or out there.
Not
I forgot which one it was, but that was their plan. They were going to go down the Irish freaking sea, and they ended up making it to Wales and all of that. But then they had to go around, and I think they finally sacked London like twice.
Wessex. At this point.
Wessex.
Yeah.
That's cool. See, I always think of freaking Wessex as being what's her name's area. The one I talked to you about the last time, the freaking warrior princess of England.
Oh, Boudica.
Yeah, Boudica.
Whatever definition name you want to call that, but I've heard several different names attributed to her, or different spellings. I'm not sure. There's a theory that she was around, I think, Bath, Salisbury's area. So in the eastern end of the West Country.
I don't know where the eastern end of the West Country is.
Bath, Bristol, Salisbury.
Oh, okay.
Arguably Swindon, arguably Winchester.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about right on the edge of Wales. Right?
Stonehenge area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know where you're at. Yeah. I don't know. For me, I was told that she was from Essex. She was.
Okay. I don't know. I think there's a couple of different theories on that one.
And her husband had a lot of influence with the Romans until the Romans freaking toppled his or took away his power basically from him, murdered him.
Yeah, we're talking about 1st century AD, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the one area that I think freaking is interesting is Chatham.
Okay. As in with Chatham House and
Chatham is right next to what is it, Maidstone? I've heard some interesting stuff about that. It's just southwest of London. Rochester, I know that's around there. And then what's I don't know.
Is it Clapham or is it Clapham?
Chatham.
I'm getting confused between two different areas.
They have what is it?
Oh, Chatham. Sorry, yeah, sorry, I misspelled it.
They have a freaking historical dockyard that's there. Then have you ever heard of St. Mary's Island?
No, not that I can think of.
It's right there. It's right there on the River Medway.
Okay.
You have Rochester and all that around there, and then St. Mary's Isle is supposed to be there, and they call it an island, but it's not an island. It's like a peninsula that sticks out. You know what I mean?
Oh, Chatham, being southeast of London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That right there is an area I want to freaking check out if I ever go over there. I think that's going to be interesting. I was checking out some footage on there for Google Maps, man, and like the shipyard that's there, man, is just completely amazing. It's like a mini freaking Panama Canal.
Can't remember. I've actually been that far east.
But I mean, nobody usually gets into like channels and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like they don't have. Well, they might have like openings where the channels open and close. They might have that, but what I've seen, it looks like they have bridges that go across.
I see. Yeah, I see what you mean by St. Mary's Island. Technically, it's still an island. It's got bridges. It's got 4 bridges.
Yeah, but I mean, I looked at that, dude. But that looks more like it's a ravine they dug out. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have to do research on the history.
Good. I mean, it really does look like it. Like they even have dirt, I think, on the edges of the area that's supposed to be like. There ain't no way that can't be freaking man-made. That's what I'm saying.
The River Medway is the river that links the Thames to the Aral Sea. And if I remember rightly, there was still quite a few World War II structures in that river because there was a real major defensive point during World War II.
So that's pretty cool. I think that would be cool to check out. I'm wanting to go someday and check it out. If I go to England, that's one of the spots where I'll go. So, Dan's been. You there? Dan's been real quiet. I think he's having issues.
Probably. Sounds like it.
He fell asleep listening to us talk.
Wait, can you not hear me? Can you hear me?
I can
hear you. No, we can. Yeah, you were just bouncing out a bit just now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm walking.
All right.
Okay. So where are you at now? Are you on your way home?
I'm walking out to the car right now.
Oh, good for you, man. They let you go.
They let me go. I'm free out of the prison.
For the moment.
And it's cold out here.
Oh, I bet. Shit. Canada right now. It's in the middle. It's the beginning of February, too.
Yep.
Something else. I'm gonna run and get me some coffee and use the restroom. I will be right back. So
Holy cows! You drink coffee this late?
heck
How are
yeah,
you
dude.
gonna sleep?
I
Oh,
sleep
yeah, I
right
drink
after.
coffee all day, all night.
Yeah, same here. I'll be right back.
Sure.
All right. What time is it over there on your end then now, Mark?
Just gone 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Friday night partying.
I wish. Yeah. What's yours? Yours 8 o'clock. Oh, 9 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm not really going home yet. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Huh?
My daughter, she's playing at her friend's house. We gotta go pick her up.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Do you work a lot in the evenings? Does your company?
Yeah, I do. Usually work pretty late.
Me too.
Less disruption, you know.
Yeah. Mm.
Are you still doing hardware jobs these days?
Recently, not that many. No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, mainly my own hardware. Recently.
Okay. Yeah. So my desktop, I just set it up. I installed Ubuntu 2 on it, and then I just left it there. Finish configuring it this weekend.
Ubuntu. Too much about Ubuntu.
Yeah, I always thought I had an SSD drive. I was shocked to open up the machine and find out that it's still running on a mechanical drive. No wonder it failed.
I don't know. Like I always say, mechanical drives, if treated well, can last a lifetime. Can last.
Well, my PC has always been on like 24/7.
Okay.
And it's only that drive's only 4 years old.
Okay. Again, depending on quality and type of drive. Different manufacturers, different sort of quality. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got mechanical hard drives in a drawer that dates back to, I don't know, 30 odd years.
And it still works?
I don't know. I've got quite a few of them.
Yeah, I got a few of those laying around too, but I don't know if they still work.
In fact, I've got a Lenovo, I think station here that's still got hard drives in it that I was using for a good 10 years, up to 4 or 5 years ago. In fact, I've still got data on there that I need to transfer off.
What kind of hard drive is it? What manufacturer?
I think they all Western Digitals.
Okay.
Mainly either green or blue.
Okay.
I think what is it? 3 500 and one 500 gigs and one 20 gig full system drive.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got data in there that I need to take off, but I cannot fire off the machine because it needs a new power supply. So, but I don't think I'm going to repair it. What I'm going to do is just go and get either get a NAS with SATA interfaces on it, or just get a portable SATA to USB adapter.
Right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna get one of those so I can extract data out of the dead drive if it still works.
Yeah, but all that data is just well, it's stuff I need, but again, once I've collected the data of those drives are then redundant.
Mm.
But I might actually, I was thinking about sticking in, let's say, NAS, or actually building another machine for the purpose of using as a NAS.
Mm.
Hence,
what would the NAS setup look like? Is it like a docking station with a bunch of?
No, it would be a Ethernet. It would be a Ethernet device. It would be a computer solely for the purpose of storage.
Yeah, would it be able to host multiple hard drives? Combine them together.
If you remember, I was having a discussion with Mr. Robot late last year about in the live with Roger Matrix chat room or Minds chat room, and I was talking about the IBM said 840s and 820s machines. And thinking about getting one or the other of those machines and using NAS and NAS.
Oh, okay.
Because I said IBM said 840s or 820s because the amount of PCI slots and the amount of these are dual processor board machines. So you can have two processed CPUs in these machines, and I think on the 820s or 840s you can go up to something like can't remember if it's 128 gigs of RAM or 256 gigs of RAM. But yeah, you could use that as a hosting solution.
Okay.
A full virtual machine solution. You can have, depending on the CPUs, you decide two physical CPUs in them. I think you can have something like up to 828 cores.
Okay.
That's cool.
So extremely suitable for virtual machine purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you gonna build a virtual machine or?
Well, I've got virtual machines already on this workstation and on another machine that's behind me. But yeah, I'm thinking of expanding that for the purpose of hosting.
Build a processor, dude.
Build a processor.
Yeah. Stick it over.
What do you mean? Hey?
Big old processor.
I cannot physically build a processor. That's really expensive, sort of. Yeah, you need to be really experienced. You're looking at nanometer sort of technology.
Freaking build one and stick it like in a room and make it like what is it? It's supposed to be like 45-degree temperature at all times.
Why would you be looking into building an old processor, right? You should be looking into building a quantum processor.
Well, I mean, we
Yeah.
can go that route, but then the noise is gone. It's going to be
Going back to look at all those quantum computers now. They are like the old IBM mainframe machines. Are like they fit the whole room.
Are they
Yeah,
loud?
precisely. I've got a basement downstairs that it's not being used for anything. I would have to change that into a server room. Because, because the heat's sort of the issue.
You'd have to make sure that it's soundproof, and then you'd have to make sure that the temperature's at a certain temperature at all hours of the day, stuff like that.
Yeah, precisely. I've been in plenty of server rooms in my time. Massive server rooms. No doubt you have as well, Tan. And all these sort of heat and humidifier sort of controlled sort of rooms.
Make it all.
Basement is usually pretty cool, right? So
yeah. That's what I was thinking. And then you've got the energy costs on top of that.
You need ventilation.
Now, if you make something like that, then what you do is you mine cryptocurrency with it.
Okay. Right.
So
that it's cost effective.
That way, it pays for itself. That's the only way. That's the only way you're going to be able to pay for it.
No, not necessarily. You start hosting more services and then charging for those services.
Clientele takes time, dude. You're going to want money immediately.
Yeah, but depending on how you do cryptocurrency mining, you might not break even for a while anyway.
Well, these days too, it's changed because like Ethereum stopped using miners. So,
speaking of the cryptocurrency stuff, let's talk about that in the latest thing that they posted on mine about migrating. Oh, did we talk about it last week?
Yeah, we did, but that brings up good topic because apparently Odyssey is doing the same thing.
Okay.
And there was something in it that we were talking about that I think they're using the same currency, the same like you know how you have freaking Ethereum,
and ERC, Trinity base token, and Ethereum base token.
Well, you have Polygon, and then you have what is it? Then you have Ethereum, and then you have like they have their own different freaking networks, basically.
When people talk about a blockchain, there's no such thing as the blockchain. There isn't a singular blockchain. There isn't a singular blockchain technology. These are all separate sort of networks.
But there's a network. There's one network where they all work together, and there are many.
That's the point of exchanges, isn't it? To exchange from one network to another network, or to exchange from one blockchain to another blockchain.
They had a notification out on Odyssey where you can where they're going to be changing. I can't remember what it was though, but they're going to be changing their Ethereum over, and I'm pretty sure that it has the same thing to do with what what Minds is going into. I forgot the name of the damn. I literally have forgotten the name of the damn chain or the network. I'm gonna have to go on Minds just to pull up the information. I thought I had it saved on Odyssey, but apparently I haven't.
Mine's released a post about this 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Yeah. And there's a lot of activities on chat about it.
But
people asking
everybody on live.
It was mentioned, and it stuck out to me that they're using the same kind of currency. And that's something to actually look into. We might want to actually talk about that.
Remember, they are not currencies; they are tokens. There's an entire legal definition.
Well,
what's the point? So, what's the point of having them token on the chain?
Tokens were meant for something that you played with for entertainment purposes only.
Tokens were meant to be only for in-house sort of products.
Right.
But
if you have it on chain,
this goes back to my argument in relation to Minds and Clause 17, or the entire subsection of the Terms of Service contract, where tokens are not meant to be used as a currency, but in Bill's wisdom, quote unquote, he's sort of ignored the law, he's ignored regulations, and he's ignored his own Terms of Service agreement on this one. And we all know my argument on this one.
So far, he's untouchable.
Well, only because sufficient enough complaint hasn't been made against him, or against the company, let's say.
Well, people are making money off by transferring their tokens on chain, right?
Right.
Yes, but again, going back to the entire subsection 17 subsection of the Terms of Services, it is not applicable. It's not allowed. It's a violation of the Terms of Service agreement.
When something
goes wrong, a violation of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission regulations.
When something goes wrong, that's when you'll see people bitching. Like when something actually backfires to where somebody gets screwed over, that's when you'll see it.
Believe me, I've seen I've seen so many people complain about that. As you are well aware, every time this subject is approached in things like the Canaries chattering, I always renote my old statement about Section 17, Clause 17.5 point whatever, and I always remind people that technically, legally speaking, the tokens are not a currency and therefore should not be exchangeable.
But it's an Ethereum-based token. It's an Ethereum EC20.
Irrelevant of that, the Terms of Service should be is the contract that we all agree to when we register with Minds.
Okay.
And the Terms of Service is something that should be set in stone.
Okay, so I found the well, this actually would be good to go over too, because a lot of Minds users like Odyssey. But I found the updates that they had for it's called the more details about our new monetization model. You guys want to
Oh yeah, carry on.
I'll do a screen share too if you want to see it. Bam. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, more details. There we go. You guys see that?
No, you'd have to swap views.
Oh, there you go. Good call.
Yeah.
Let me see what we got here. Now, can you see it?
Nope, I'm still seeing an image of myself.
Okay, go there, and then go.
Nope, you just swap back to me.
That's weird. Let me. Now since I switched that, I have to. Okay, now can you see it?
I can only see the Minds Roundtable weekend event.
Okay,
Now I can.
there we go.
Now I can.
There we go. Okay, now it says updated 2025 to 3 at 10:15 a.m. PT. Stripe will remain active till the end of the month. All services will continue running as usual. New monetization services is coming as well. Should be ready to release by the time we drop Stripe. More soon. Then it goes, earlier this week we announced that we're dropping Stripe, and we'd like to share more details about the new system we're putting in place and releasing in February. There are some important differences between using a traditional payment processor like Stripe and a blockchain-based system. Here's an overview of the key points to help users know what to expect. As we transition to the new payment system, we want to set clear expectations. While the new system offers greater autonomy, particularly for managing payments and transfer funds, the experience may not be as seamless as Stripe, especially earlier on as we work through initial challenges. We're striving to make the integration and user experience as smooth as possible, but there are some limitations beyond our control. We understand that some users might face difficulties onboarding, and we're here to help. If you have any questions or issues, feel free to reach out to us directly through the help desk. Now, USDC as a currency. The first currency we're integrating is USDC as USD equivalent token with a 1-1 value of the US dollar that can be transacted on-chain and across multiple blockchains. We're partnering with a service that allows users to purchase USDC using their credit or debit card or bank account and transfer it into their Odyssey wallet.
This is Odyssey. I thought we were talking about Minds Odyssey.
Yeah, I was reading this for Odyssey. So now, since USDC isn't directly supported on Arweave, users will purchase it on the Base or BSC chains. Now that's the one that Minds
is using,
and a service will automatically convert it and bridge it to Arweave in the background. This process typically takes 1 to 3 minutes with status updates provided along the way. Once USD is in the user's wallet, users can transact with it by tipping, purchasing content, or memberships, just as they do now. To withdraw USDC, users will need a cryptocurrency exchange account that supports USDC on Base, BSC, or Ethernet, the latter being the most expensive to transact. Alternatively, They can use the integrated services we're providing for offboarding, though it may involve higher fees. So that was the area that I was talking about with the base. And base is being used by mines, and that's what stuck out to me.
Yep.
On that. Now, I mean, if you want, I can keep on reading, but
just doing some research here.
And I can also share the link too in the chat so that you guys can check it out.
Okay, so it looks like USDC is what is known as a stable coin, which is based on an equivalent of $1. So it's one-to-one measurement. Checking the United States Security and Exchange Commission, there is a Form 10K. So yeah, USDC is a recognized financial security.
Right. Now, the one thing that you have to also realize is they're out of France.
That's an interesting one because I would have to review the law on that because that raises some interesting questions.
That does make it interesting, doesn't it?
Mm.
I know that their name drives you nuts because they spell Odyssey wrong.
Okay.
It's so horrible. Those damn French.
Indeed. Yeah, I just linked to the Form 10K for USDC.
All right.
So, that makes it's recognized. It make that form makes it recognized as a financial asset within the United States.
Man, that's horrible. I'm not reading.
You've got to go through a lot of legal jargon on this one.
I am not reading this shit. Sorry.
Okay.
It's
I've got to review this, but this is the official paperwork.
This is worse than the stuff you tell me to read when we're in chat, man.
Yeah.
And this is just part 1.
Yeah. When you get to the sort of the issue of cryptocurrencies, so crypto assets, and legal status of, you've got to go through these sort of documents.
I don't.
Right? Well, if you want to be informed and have a good understanding of the picture.
Fuck all that shit. Get informed. What do you think about that, Tan? Do you think we need to be informed?
Yeah, that's what we have Mark for, right?
Exactly.
Mark's gonna inform us.
He does this stuff as like recreation and shit. You know what?
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
sick.
Some like that.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
obscene.
It's crazy. Like table of contents. I mean, they're still talking about the table of contents. My fingers hurting from scrolling. I'm on page 13, dude. 16, still the table of contents. You'd have this.
No, it's not table of contents. It's the top just links back to the table of contents.
13 pages of table of contents?
These are just explanations of the various.
This is 100. Okay, I see what it is. The top says table of contents, but that takes you back up there. Yeah.
It's just a link. Just a link. 195 pages you've got to go through. Well, actually, you don't have to go all the way.
There's 4 parts.
So one of us should try out the base thing. with mines?
Well, I've already got an R drive. Wallet.
Okay.
And,
Well, did you transfer? So you used to have some on-chain tokens.
I can switch it over and everything to
Right. Right now, what is it on? Which wallet is it on?
It's on its own separate wallet.
MetaMask or?
Yeah, it's still at Ethereum. It's still on the Ethereum main net.
No, I would
It's
have
still on the Ethereum mainnet. Okay.
Now, let me see real quick. I'm gonna have to go into extensions because my wallet for R drive seems to be gone.
As long as you still got the key,
right?
Yeah, I've got those.
Yeah.
So this is what the thing with digital currency is. For somebody who's can easily lose their key, then they can lose their money pretty easily, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
All practicality.
Misplace the digital key and all your monies are gone.
Well, it's like the old argument about Minds Chat and Matrix and losing your encryption keys that you should have made a note of when you logged in or when you initially created your account.
And let me also point out something too. First of all, they're idiots too. That's the most important thing. Okay. Because like when you first go in to do this stuff, they point blank tell you when you're setting up your wallet that there's no retrieving it to save it. You know what I mean? Like I've got my shit written down. I've got it in a notepad on my computer in a file. You know, and
encrypted file.
No, fuck that shit.
So
that's right. Yeah.
Fuck that shit. I'm a rattled.
I've got put in plain sight in such a way that nobody has any idea what it is except you.
I've got all my keys encrypted using PGP keys.
What if you lose that PGP key?
Yeah.
I've got
and all my PGP keys are associated with actual physical pieces of hardware.
I've got a reputation to uphold, though. Like, freaking did you hear Within the Vacuum on Jaffe's show the other day?
No, I totally missed that.
He said that I was a punk rocker, dude.
Okay.
Jaffe called you a punk rocker, or within the vacuum guy?
Within the Vacuum.
All the music.
You look like a punk rocker. I've never seen you sing, so.
Yeah. If I sang, I would sound like a punk rocker.
All the music that you.
Right. What kind of music that you sing? That.
Yeah. All the music that you reference.
That warranted being dubbed punk rocker.
Well, back in the day, man, I was punk. I was all punk. Now, the thing of it is the one thing that turned me off of punk rock was Rancid.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys ever heard of Rancid before.
Rancid, I might have heard of them.
Yeah, that their name actually fits the music they make. And
really? Okay, so British then, isn't it? What were you doing in the 1970s?
In the 1970s, I was smoking freaking.
I mean, were you listening to things like Clash, The Damned?
I used to listen to the freaking Velvet Underground, dude. I was raised on that shit. I was raised on the Velvet Underground. I was raised on freaking Sid Vicious and freaking
Sid Vicious.
Oh yeah, dude, Sid Vicious. You never heard of Sid Vicious before?
I've heard a wrestling guy named Sid Vicious.
These are all really sort of British sort of bands.
They are.
It's a British invention.
Well, Now, the after that, I also listened to the Ramones. I love the Ramones. Then after that, freaking, I got really, really hooked into Bad Religion. I really love Bad Religion. Then they converted to Christian, so that kind of threw me off there. Like I just, there's you can't have a Christian punk rock band. Not in the mind of a teenager. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of ended it for me there. But the final thing that sent me over the edge was in the 90s. Was when they came out with freaking Rancid, and then I found out that he was brothers with the lead singer from Green Day.
Okay.
So you got one that's really loud and freaking screaming at the microphone, and then you got another one that talks, "Dude, you have the time." You know what I mean?
American punk, which was 30 years too late.
Well, Suicidal Tendencies was the shit too, though. See, a lot of people don't remember them. See, that's where I come in, and then you have the freaking Butthole Surfers. You ever hear of a band called the Butthole Surfers? You have the Dead Kennedys and the Dead Milkmen.
Okay, these are American sort of
punk rock, dude.
Yeah, so I always consider punk rock has been the sort of British sort of 70s thing.
You're an old
related to the sort of political stance of what was happening in the UK during the 70s and early 80s.
You were stuck on Pink Floyd.
Right? Well, that's not punk. That's not punk at all. But yeah, I'm thinking of the Damned, can't think of any bands at the moment. The Clash, the Streets, yeah.
Now, Sid Vicious is English, just so you know, and he ended up dying, I believe. I think. Yeah, he ended up dying. I think he committed suicide. I'm not quite sure.
Really?
He was a part of a group called the Sex Pistols.
But
he was back during the 70s. Now he was the one who came out with the song "God Bless the Queen." Or God Save the Queen. You remember that old punk band?
God Save the Queen,
yeah. One of the few pieces of music that is still technically banned by the BBC.
Yep. And you guys know Johnny Rotten, don't you?
Well, not personally, but
Johnny. I think Johnny Rotten is actually still alive.
I think so.
But Johnny Rotten. I get into the old British thing too. It's just the only problem is with punk rock. Freaking, it kind of died out real quick in England. Like it didn't stick around.
I remember back in the 90s, Johnny Watson decided to do was the sort of figurehead for a butter company. he did all the TV adverts for a butter company. I can't remember which one.
Did you ever hear about the time that like a person approached him and wanted him to give like a positive speech to kids about drugs?
Nope.
Freaking, he was still freaking young, and everything. Not young, but like young enough to where he was like rebellious and shit.
Yeah.
And this woman came up to him and said, we'd like for you to like do a thing telling people to stay off, or telling people like about staying off drugs and stuff like that. And he looks over at him, or giving him advice about drugs is what it was. And he looks over at him and he goes, "What the hell's wrong with you?" And he's like, "What kind of advice do you expect me to give them? How to freaking put the syringe in their arm correctly?" You know what I mean? Like, freaking, I could not believe that when I heard that, because like that band was like the craziest freaking band. I think the only people that I think that was crazier than them was the guy who freaking founded Hustler magazine. He's the only one I know that was crazier than that band.
Johnny Rotten. So, John Linden.
Yeah.
Give his full name. I remember back in, and I was just looking at Wikipedia page just to remind myself. Back in 2016, it was a pro-Remainer, and it was one of the sort of insane sort of Remainers. You know, the end is going to, or the world is going to collapse and explode if you don't remain in the sort of point right there.
Yeah, he turned out to be pretty extreme. He actually, I think he got religious too, didn't he?
Not sure. I don't know. Just trying to see. Yeah, I can't see anything. Country Life Butter. That's what I was thinking of.
Country Life.
Yeah, I did a load of TV, UK television adverts for Country Life Butter.
Now, you know he's the one who wrote Anarchy in the UK, right? Like, he is the freaking epitome of England. Like, he wrote Anarchy in the UK, dude. Like, when that whole term was thought of because of him. Like, everybody says it now, or they used to back when we were younger, you know, but he's the one who came up with that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember, and I'm just reading this here, just to just rings a bell with me. Back in 2010, it was really criticised for playing in Tel Aviv, despite massive protests. So yeah, it was playing in Israel, and there was a major sort of news thing about people protesting for playing and I don't know, for doing stuff in Israel.
Well, he was real big against, or he was against England being involved with frickin' the Provisional Irish Republican Army and stuff like that. Like he always said shit like they were frickin' like two mafia gangs punching each other out and shit. Like he really did have a problem with England and Ireland, and he would talk shit on freaking healthcare reform and stuff.
Well, he had a problem with Britain back in the 70s, hence the point of the punk movement.
Wait, actually, I don't think so. I think he actually got along with Obama. He liked Obama of all things.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about the 1970s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that shit, because like there was a few decades there that he got all up into politics and shit, which that's kind of a downer. Like I don't condone freaking rock bands freaking start talking about freaking politics and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, in the last decade or so, you've had nothing but. Anybody remember Bono?
Oh, Bono! I don't even.
Bono.
Yeah, Bono's boner.
Well,
Well, I mean, you're talking about Israel, aren't you?
Yeah, back in 2010, that start of the last decade.
Yeah. Now, that had something to do with freaking Elvis Costello, didn't it?
Yeah. He was really critical of Elvis Costello.
Well, yeah. A lot of people don't understand Elvis Costello. He's rockabilly.
That's it. I'm a bit of a fan. I've got on my Mind's music group. I've got 2 tracks off these. I've got these. Another track that was banned from that is technically banned from in the UK by the BBC.
You got a music group?
Yeah. Mine's my Medweather's music selection. Give you a reference to that. I've even got a Medweather's movie selection as well. I thought I mentioned these before.
I mean, I think the only problem that he had with freaking those guys was the fact that they canceled out on the Israel tour back then. That's what it was like. He that's what I'm saying. He really got all religious and freaking not religious, like political and shit like that. And it just especially somebody who preaches anarchy or preached it, and like then after we did our show and I started learning about what anarchy really was, it was kind of a fucking letdown. You know what I mean? Like these people have like these freaking noble philosophical theories and ideas, but what they freaking believe and what they end up doing is just a load of shit. You know what I mean? They start laying in bed with the socialists and making freaking all of these.
I stuck URLs for my movie selection group and my music selection group in the chat here.
Okay. But isn't Bob Dub kind of an anarchist?
Oh, she's one of those socialists who's not really smart enough to figure out she's a socialist.
The Elvis Costello track that I was thinking of that is still banned by the BBC is Oliver's Army. Because it has a lyric in there that talks about that uses the term white niggers.
Yeah, that's pretty much
on YouTube on there.
That's pretty much that's pretty much what it was, because that's what he considered freaking most of the people in England.
Yeah.
And he was he was Johnny Rotten, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck this name he's using now. Like, I didn't even know what his real name was until I was in my 30s and shit. You know what I mean? John Lydon and shit. I never even knew that was his name, dude. I was like, Johnny Rotten. You know what I mean? And like, that's all I ever knew. And then somebody said, "You're talking about Johnny Lydon, aren't you?" I was like, "I don't know." And like, I think that's Johnny Rotten, Johnny Lydon. I never knew until then. Freaking, and he really did have an issue with freaking English people. He hated English people. It's kind of like David Bowie hates freaking Americans, or he's afraid of Americans.
Hey, Bowie's been based in America for quite a few years now.
He's terrified of them. He doesn't trust Americans.
Okay.
They were talking about. He actually came out with a video here recently where he was talking about that, in the song and shit. So
Remember, he's famous for doing a few acts with Bing Crosby. Not Bing, not Crosby. Bing. You know, the old 1970s, 1950s to 1970s songwriter.
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby, is it? Could be.
Bing Crosby would be right around that time.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, Bing Crosby. Yeah.
Well, you know that the Sex Pistols also went on tour with country musicians, right? They were.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, didn't they do something with
musicians?
With,
Merle Haggard, I believe, was one of the guys that he went on tour with. They went on tour with, like here in the United States. What did you say, Tan?
I said, which musicians? Which country musician?
Oh yeah, I believe it was Merle Haggard. He was one of them.
Yeah, didn't he do stuff with Johnny Nash? Or didn't that band do stuff with Johnny Nash?
Johnny Nash stills or something still.
Or Johnny Nash died in 2020?
Now, hold up, I gotta check it. Nash.
Nash,
I'm
Stills, and Young. Yeah.
Still something. What was that again?
I don't know.
Okay, no. Okay, so what it was is Merle Haggard didn't play with the Sex Pistols, but the two were scheduled to perform at the same venue. They both played together in the same venue in Dallas, Texas in 1978.
But they didn't actually play together. They were just on the same stage at different times.
That's still a big deal, dude.
Well, yeah, but they didn't actually play together.
Well, they probably were on the same bus too, though, back then, because that's the way they did. They usually went by freaking bus, and they traveled around the country. So there's a good chance they were on the same bus. They toured together. It's kind of like what's his name, Ricky Valance, and all of them before they would be on a circuit that they would go around with Buddy Holly and Ricky Valance and the Big Bopper. They would all tour together on a tour bus. So there's a good chance that would be fucked up, though. I don't think Merle Haggard could handle being on a bus with the Sex Pistols.
Interesting, sort of. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Elvis Presley and freaking what's his face? My goodness, I'm having a brain fart. Elvis Presley and who's the guy that played Hurt? Now I can't think of his name. Who wrote this?
It's on my tip of my tongue.
Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
Elvis Presley and Johnny Cash hated each other because they toured together, and of all things, freaking, he hated him for. Johnny Cash hated Elvis because of his drug problem. Now, if you know the history about Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash was a really bad drug addict and alcohol.
I was going to say. I was just trying to think. Yeah.
You know, and that was his big reason for not liking Johnny Cash. I think it was more of an ego thing, though. Like he kind of like Angel when it comes to Skype. Angel and his big ego. Yeah, I said it, Angel. I said it. I know you're lurking somewhere. You're lurking. Roger Dunn said you got a big ego, big boy.
It's been quiet for a good half hour.
You watch, just after I said that, all of a sudden there's going to be a message on Skype from him saying some smart-ass remark because I had mentioned him.
So he's been quiet for a good 2 hours now.
That's a big deal. I think what it was is he had to respond to me, and then when he finally figured out that like he was an idiot for my game thing, he thought that I double posted for the same game. And
Okay, yeah, I saw the comments, yeah.
All I had to do was look up and see that the Rumble address was different after rumble.com.
Okay, yeah.
But at the end, if you look at it, it shows freaking the embed code for and they're always the same. They're like 8QR or something.
Yeah, it's just a string of half a dozen characters or a dozen characters, numbers usually.
Well, I think we should probably think about getting off here. It's been 4 hours, man.
Well, we didn't really start for the first good 45 minutes. We didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm home. So now we can sign off.
Actually, do you want to stay on for a little while? It's up to you.
No.
Can stay. I'm going to have to make a coffee. No.
Come on, boy.
Yeah, I'll have a 5-minute break just to make coffee and stuff, and I'll be back with you in 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Seriously, you guys want to go on? Good grief. What are we going to talk about?
Life, universe, and everything.
Sure, I'm game if you guys are. We just talk nonsense all night.
Yeah, good.
Sure.
I mean, I was
Okay.
wanting to ask. I mean, that's what I said. Is as long as you guys want to do this, we can do it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we first set this thing up. You know.
That's the way we roll. Yeah.
Right,
okay.
We're hardcore, dude.
All right, let's take about 5 minutes break.
Yeah.
And I'll get settled up. You'll settle down in maybe 10 minutes. Yeah. We'll settle down in my PC.
We'll just stick some music on for 10 minutes.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
We'll be entertained.
Yeah, I got some cool music that I can put on there for them, and we'll meet back here in another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a plan.
Tell me where you left me. What have I done? Tell me where you left me. What have I done? My colors upon me. What soul stand tall? Tell me where you left me. What have I done? Tell me where you left me. What have I done?
My colors upon me, one soldier stands tall, tall, tall,
Colors.
With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall, tall, tall. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got?
Colors.
What have I got? What have I got?
Colors.
With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall, 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 tall. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall, tall. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got? What have I got? What have I got?
Colors.
One soldier stands tall. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got?
Colors.
With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got?
Colors. Colors.
Tell me what have you left me? What have I got?
Colors.
With my colors upon me,
Colors.
one soldier stands tall. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got?
Colors.
What have you left me? What have I got? Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got? Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Madness, insanity, living profanity, and some proclaiming they understanding me.
Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Tell me what have you left me? What have I got? Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Madness, insanity, living profanity, and some proclaiming they understanding me.
My homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. My homeboy got jacked, my homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. My homeboy got jacked, my homeboy got jacked, my homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash.
My homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack. My homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack. My homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack.
Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash.
Tell me where you left me. Run it back on. Tell me where you left me. Run it back on. My colors upon me. What soul stands tall. Tell me where you left me. Run it back on. Tell me where you left me. Run it back on.
My sister can't work because her arm show traps. My sister can't work because her arm show traps. My sister can't work because her arm show traps.
Be a break from world where you live in. That is my set. That's my religion.
My days are the same. The sum of the rhythm as you grew. The same. The sum of the rhythm as you grew. The same. The sum of the rhythm. The same. The sum of the rhythm. The same. The sum of the rhythm as you grew. As you grew. As you grew. My days are the same. The sum of the rhythm as you grew. Ooh, on my show on the face of you, girl.
My planet is
my
life.
show on the
Peace
face
is a
of
dream.
you, girl.
Reality is a knife. My planet is life. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Reality is a knife. My planet is life. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Reality is a knife. Knife. Reality is a knife.
My life is violent, but violent is life, but violent is life. Beats is a dream, reality is a knife. Beats is a dream, reality my life is violent. My life is violent, but violent is life, but violent is life. Beats is a dream, reality is a knife. Beats is a dream, reality my life is violent. My life is violent, but violent is life, but violent is life. Beats is a dream, reality is a knife. Beats is a dream, reality my life is violent. My life is violent, but violent is life, but violent is life. Beats is a dream, reality is a knife. Beats is a dream, reality is a knife.
Death is my set. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Death is my set. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Death is my set. Guess my religion. Give me a break. What world do you live in? Death is my set. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Death is my set. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Guess my religion. Death is my set. Guess my religion.
Beneath the moonlight drifts of the past, footprints fading in shadows cast. 1,000 echoes fall from the midnight skies. The waves of time come rolling by. Through the beers, the fog, as the stars align. Stories untold in the distorted chime. Rally your world as a mystery far and wide. A silence whisper breaks the night. Echoes of bridge shadows take flight. Lost in the midst, the path unfold in the dark embrace. These stories told. Run through the echoes, run above the storm. Embrace the whispered tone, transform and reborn. Through the endless shadowy halls of night, follow the pulse, where shadows and echoes unite. Tomorrow's secrets linger in the haze, carried by whispers of the watching days. Down through the phantoms on echoes we glide, under the moon's glow where the past resides. Surfacing souls in the twilight's end, drifting mages with silence place, chasing shadows on winding roads, carrying secrets where the cold wind goes. Illusions shiver in the perilous light. We dance through the echoes running on gunshot in the quiet corners of night's embrace. We guided by echoes in endless chase.
All right, I'm back. Dan ever get back? You've got to unmute. Or you did unmute, it's just not unmuting.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've this new mouse I bought myself a couple of weeks ago. This sort of vertical mouse on there. It's got multiple programmable buttons, so I've assigned the bottom button to microphone mute.
Oh, that's cool. There you go. Yeah. You should get one of those really expensive microphones you can stick up on your phone and just stand straight up, and it freaking will just bring in your voice, period, and nothing else.
This one's a what is it? Jabbo Wavo thing. And that this company specifically might make microphones and microphones with quality sort of things, and they use the same internals for a sort of boom sort of microphone as well. Exactly the same technology inside. Sort of clip-on phone sort of microphones and stuff.
Yeah. Checking the channels, make sure we if we had any comments or anything. It doesn't look like anybody's really been on. There's a dude Attitude Games.
Okay.
Started following us on Beam, which, by the way, we're doing really good on Beam for the amount of time that I've been on there. I think we're up to like 28 or 29 followers.
Cool. We've found an audience.
Well, I mean, most of it is because of Mark from Dragus Production.
Yeah.
He's been pretty supportive of us. So, got a shout out there, Mark. Mark Wojciech. I'll say his name right someday.
Yeah. When I can pronounce it.
He likes to be called Dragus Production because that's just a cool name.
Easy to remember. Just easy to remember.
Well, he says that it's a cool name too. Like, he probably sat around thinking about, what would be a cool name to make my production company? Dragus.
Wonder what Dragus, how he came up with that name, Dragus.
I think Tan said, well, you go and get your coffee and put some music on and we'll come back here. And he went to bed and fell asleep.
Well, no, he did say he wanted to pick up his daughter or something.
Oh, shit. So I should have just left the music on.
Weirdly enough, I just typed in Dragus into Google, and the new AI overview thing that they implemented. It comes directly up with Dragus Productions.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the entire first page of that search is about him.
Yep.
Second page. Yep.
Hey guys.
You know what that's calls from, right?
Good SEO.
Good SEO. He doesn't let on that he's actually good at it, but you know that he is.
Yeah,
he just
impressed. Everything up to probably the fifth entry, or actually, no, the fourth entry on the third page. What was that? That's 34 entries.
Now I got to figure out how to spell Dragus properly.
Dreagus.
Drea. Okay, that's what it was. I put the A before the E. I want to see what it comes up on just the average search.
Yeah. Just type. I just used.
Yeah. Dragus.
I didn't use any sort of billions or any quotation marks or anything. I just used a standard search.
Then got him on LinkedIn, Reverb Nation, Mixcloud. He's doing good. SoundCloud even. Internet Archive, Mixcloud, Flickr. Now, I used to go to Flickr to watch all the chicks that showed their boobs. I bet you he's got like
that makes sense.
Bet you he's got like nude freaking AI chicks on there. I'd almost bet you he does.
Oh, I used to know somebody that did a lot of stuff on Mixcloud actually.
I'm gonna click on it and see. Nope. He's actually got normal shit on here.
You see me okay?
Let me see. Yeah, you're coming in good. It's really amazing how well freaking this looks on Rumble. This is way better than what we do on OBS.
Tan, have you got a blur going on? Your window looks very blurry, and your actual background, where your bookshelf is, that's very clear.
Could be my camera.
Yeah, it could be an autofocusing issue. Nah, I don't think it's an autofocusing issue. The entire thing would be.
My entire thing is blurred, right?
No, it's just your window.
Oh,
just your window.
okay. Let's
filter.
see. Maybe I don't have any effect on the camera. Let me see a rumble.
But your bookcase looks totally clear.
The briefcase.
Right behind you.
Okay. It could be a messed up algorithm.
A weird one. Doesn't make any difference. You are totally clear yourself, so yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it's like some part in the background is blur, some is not, right?
yeah. That's
it's Rumble it's Rumble Studios.
It's all that wall. It's all that wall to the side of you. That is.
Now, can you make that thicker?
I can't. I don't think I can adjust anything in here.
I haven't been able to find anything that adjusts either, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, that'll be down to your own camera controls.
But through OBS, I can do fancy stuff, but this thing's not going through OBS.
Or use you're a Linux user, so a U4L. Use the U4L.
Dan, you're gonna be proud of me, man.
What happened?
The other night, they were talking about coming up with a Canadian version for MAGA in Canada.
What do they call it?
You know, I came up with this actually.
Make Canada great again. So what is it, MACA?
No, it's Make America Great here in the United States. But guess what mine was?
What?
It was Make Canada Wait Again.
Actually, I heard. What was it? It was
that Elmer Fudd saying it.
It was Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, that came up with Mega, Make England Great Again.
Mega.
Okay, Mega. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think you can make Canada work. I don't think you can fit Canada into the Mega.
It would have to be Macquarie.
It's MCA.
And that kind of has like that kind of has like an Eskimo kind of thing going on there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that would actually fit for Canada.
Like waka waka.
Make Canada great again. Macquarie. All the Canadians walking around like giving the Macquarie sign.
That sounds like something that
Speaking some sort of like a native Indian dialect.
Yeah.
Macquarie.
Like a bird sound.
The crow walking around. So
now the Make England Great thing, that's kind of true. Like that would actually be a good thing. Make England great again. Because like freaking all the shit that's been going on over there lately. Like have you paid attention to Mark lately?
Mark.
You.
I've taken I see.
Like he's gone nuts over that shit. Like it's driving you nuts. I know it's driving you nuts. Every time you start talking about it, you get all fired up.
Well, it seems like it's a daily occurrence that we hear some idiotic news coming from our idiotic government at this present moment on a daily basis.
Well, it's not going to get better.
Can you see what it looks like here?
It's not going to get better. Like in Canada, they're all happy because they think a conservative getting into office is going to make Canada so much better. It's like, are you serious, dude?
There's a potential there.
Not really. Conservatives in Canada is like our freaking Democrats.
Right. Really? Or
remember?
I mean,
libertarian.
Well,
before this sort of a U.S. swap back in the 50s, the Democrats were the conservatives. Or the Republicans were the conservative side.
Well, the conservative thing actually happened with what's his name? I forgot his name. He was the guy that they accused of being racist, and he was a Democrat Party. And then what happened was the Civil Rights Movement happened, and Martin Luther King convinced a lot of the black people to join the Democratic Party, and because of that, a lot of Democrats switched over to Republicans. So that was
Talking
where.
of, I mentioned Carl Benjamin just now. Targanoff Cad. There was a Lotus Eaters video that was published only a couple days ago, and it was talking about Martin or Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Love affairs.
Yeah,
and it was quite a. I don't know what to say anything.
Well, for me,
he had a bit of a reputation.
This is going to feel good for me because I don't get to say this to you very much, but it's purely speculation.
Okay, allegedly.
What about it? What speculation?
Martin Luther King and his love affairs.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
With whom?
It's been, I can't remember the figure. I think it was reported that he potentially had something like 50, 60 or kids.
Wow.
They made it out like he was a womanizer, but it's highly speculative. Now, the only reason why I thought that was kind of cool was because Mark's always saying speculative, and I
allegedly.
Yes. Mark usually said that.
Martin Luther King's supposed lovers. Dorothy Cotton was a civil rights activist who was close to Martin Luther King Jr. She was the only woman to become a director in King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Cotton was with King in Memphis during his final days. Cotton and King were more than friends and colleagues. Cotton told friends that she and King were as close as husband and wife. David J. Garrow, a Pulitzer Prize winner biographer,
Be right back, guys.
wrote that people in the civil rights movement knew King was a womanizer who cheated on his wife. Garrow said that King may have had 10 to 12 other women, not the 40 to 50 alleged in the FBI files.
Yeah. Not kids, lovers,
Yeah. Now, King was married to Coretta Scott King. They met in Boston in the early 1950s and married in 1953. So, now, I've always had my opinion about it. Like, Martin Luther King, first of all, was a socialist. And
yeah.
And like the bad part about that whole situation is how they shut freaking Malcolm X down. Like and I'm talking about the black community, they straight up shut him down. And a lot of the stuff he had to say was really, really good information. You know what I mean? Like, I think as a community, they would have freaking actually been able to do a lot more if they would have freaking listened to Martin Luther King more than what they did back then, because he was actually trying to tell them good information. And I'm not saying like what's his name, the dude that took his place is good by any means, because he was friends with Gaddafi. I forgot what he was the leader. He took their Martin Luther King's place afterwards. Farrakhan.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not like clumping Farrakhan up because he he says crazy shit, but Malcolm X actually had a lot of good information. You know what I mean? And I find it kind of odd that the Black Panthers are a terrorist group in the Middle East now. Too.
Are they still? Do they still exist?
Yeah. Over in the Middle East, they're a straight up terrorist group. Literally a terrorist group.
Well, technically they always have been. Don't know when if they ever. No, they must. Yeah, they are a prescribed terrorist group in the US, aren't they?
I don't know for sure. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
So I could Google that. Hold on a minute. I may have to step away for a second.
Hey guys, I just got some impromptu guests arriving at the house, so I'm gonna have to sign off early as well.
Okay.
So you guys want to go ahead and just end it?
Yeah, I think.
I don't mind either.
Okay, because we've been on here for a good 4 hours and 46 minutes.
Yeah.
We got in some good stuff, so, and we got some cool music in, so.
We're inching closer and closer to like an all night, like 12 hours live stream.
Yeah. No, wait till
we'll get there someday. Mark's gonna need a lot of coffee.
I don't think I could cope. I don't think I would be able to cope.
So you want to end this for us, Dan?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Everybody on the stream, thank you for watching us. This has been Roger Hanson's Minds Roundtable weekend event, and we've just been talking about nonsense. Half of the time we're talking about mind stuff, but other stuff we're just chit-chatting, which is what we do sometimes on this roundtable. We just get together and talk about stuff, get to know one another, talk about current affairs, talk about anything that's on our minds. And, love if you guys could join us someday. Hope to see you someday, right? But for now, we're signing off. Thank you for watching and see you next week. Ciao.
Later.
The legend of the Count of Saint-Germain is unlike any other in European lore. He is remembered not merely as a courtier or adventurer but as a living enigma, a man who walked across centuries seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Some called him an immortal. Others whispered he was an alchemist who had unlocked the great secret of transmutation. Still others suspected he was a charlatan who cleverly disguised his age and manipulated appearances. Yet none of these explanations exhaust the story, for what lingers about Saint-Germain is not just his identity but the idea he embodied. He became a symbol of the human longing for continuity, for the unbroken line of memory that defeats death. At the center of this myth lies an unusual claim, that Saint-Germain was not a singular man but the continuation, even the merging, of another life. This other life belonged to Georgi Rákóczi II, a 17th century Hungarian prince who ruled Transylvania during an era of instability. Rákóczi's reign was marked by bold ambition and tragic failure. His military campaigns stretched his power beyond its limits, and his aspirations often exceeded his resources. Yet beyond the political stage, Rákóczi's legend became tied to mysteries of legacy and transformation. When he died, some claimed he did not vanish but instead merged with another stream of consciousness, one that centuries later would reappear as the enigmatic Saint-Germain. This merging is not spoken of in chronicles but in whispers, carried by those who sought meaning in the extraordinary presence of Saint-Germain. How, after all, could one man appear to know so much of history, art, music, language, and esoteric wisdom? How could he move from court to court without ever showing the marks of age? To his contemporaries, he was already uncanny. To later interpreters, the rumor of his merging with Ricochi offered an explanation. It was said that within his body lived not only his own soul but the essence of another, bound together in a continuity that transcended the ordinary rhythm of birth and death. To see this story in its full richness, one must place it in the broader context of human myth. The idea that souls continue beyond the grave is nearly universal. Reincarnation appears in Hindu traditions, in Buddhist teachings, in ancient Greek philosophy, and in fragments of folk belief across the globe. The details vary, but the underlying intuition is the same: memory is not bound to a single body, and consciousness is not extinguished when the flesh perishes. Most traditions imagine this continuity as a cycle of rebirths, where the soul returns in new forms, often forgetting its past but carrying lessons into the future. The story of Saint Germain and Ricochi offers a different kind of cycle. Instead of rebirth as a child, the soul is said to have merged directly with another adult life, creating a braid of memory. In this way, it does not return to innocence but accumulates experience, one lifetime woven into another. This idea mirrors certain biological processes within the brain itself. Neuroscience tells us that learning does not occur in a single flash of insight but through repeated cycles. Raw signals enter the brain through pathways like climbing fibers, which spiral upward into the cerebellum, carrying information that is unshaped and unrefined. Mossy fibers, by contrast, serve as grounding roots, weaving signals into structured patterns. Over time, repetition transforms signals into memory. Just as reincarnation cycles repeat lives until wisdom is shaped, so do neural circuits repeat patterns until knowledge is formed. In this biological mirror, one can glimpse why humanity is so captivated by stories of eternal memory. The brain itself is a myth maker, generating cycles that echo the myth of reincarnation. Saint Germain becomes the living dramatization of this principle. He was a man who seemed to bypass the veil of forgetting. Where most of us are born anew with little trace of what came before, he appeared as one who carried centuries of memory in continuous flow. He knew languages without learning them in the usual way. He recalled histories not as lessons studied but as experiences lived. His art and music carried echoes of earlier eras, as though the past itself breathed through him. The merging with Ricochi explained this continuity. It was not mere reincarnation but a direct passage of memory, an uninterrupted stream. In mythic terms, this merging resembles the ascent along the world tree, that great axis of being described in cultures from Norse Yggdrasil to the Mayan saber. The world tree connects heaven and earth, roots and branches, underworld and divine realm. To ascend it is to rise from mortality toward transcendence, from chaos toward order. Ricochi's ambitions in life were aimed at ascent through political power. He sought to climb the ladder of crowns, extending his dominion outward. But his failure left him broken at the base of that ladder. In the mythic retelling, however, his essence continued, now ascending in a different way. By merging with Saint Germain, his consciousness did not perish but became part of a climb beyond politics, beyond the mortal throne, toward the eternal. This is why the story resonates. It is not simply a tale of two men but a parable of human longing. We hunger for continuity. We fear the finality of endings. We imagine that memory might persist, that consciousness might be woven into a larger fabric, that ascent might be possible even when order resists it. In the merging of Saint Germain and Ricochi, we glimpse the possibility that one life can hand its torch directly to another, that knowledge and essence might survive the grave without interruption. Saint Germain's presence in European courts only strengthened this myth. He appeared in France during the reign of Louis XV, dazzling audiences with his music and conversation. He was said to converse in tongues long forgotten, to know secrets of alchemy, and to bear jewels of mysterious origin. Decades later, he was seen in other courts with the same youthful appearance. Witnesses swore he had not aged a day. Some even claimed he remembered conversations word for word from years past, as if memory itself could not decay. To skeptics, these were exaggerations or fabrications. But to those who believed, they were proof of his continuity, evidence that the merging with Ricochi had granted him not only survival but the very gift of unbroken memory. What, then, does it mean to merge lives in this way? On one level, it is a literal claim, the idea that souls can combine as water flows into water. On another level, it is symbolic, representing how memory persists across time. A man may die, but his essence may live in stories, in legacies, in the inspiration of others. In that sense, Saint Germain and Ricochi did merge, for the memory of one became inseparable from the legend of the other. Their names, spoken together, form a continuity that no death can erase. The scientific imagination provides yet another lens. If consciousness is not only an emergent property of neurons but also a field that extends beyond them, then memory may not be limited to the brain. It could exist as a pattern woven into the cosmos, waiting to be carried into new vessels. Raw signals could be fragments of memory beyond one lifetime, unshaped but persistent, waiting to be given form by a new mind. In this view, Saint Germain was not an anomaly but a vessel particularly attuned to the universal current of memory. He could draw from it, recall it, embody it. Ricochi's essence, rather than fading, may have found in him a receptive vessel. The merging thus becomes a natural consequence of resonance, two streams aligning into one. The cultural universality of reincarnation supports this possibility. From ancient India to rural Europe, from the Americas to Asia, people have told stories of souls returning, of memories slipping between lives, of children recalling what they should not know. The persistence of this idea across so many times and places suggests it satisfies a profound intuition, that consciousness is larger than the body, that memory is not erased but transformed. Saint Germain stands as the European expression of this archetype, the man who became the myth of unbroken reincarnation, not as a child reborn but as a consciousness that walked continuously through time. What makes his story so haunting is that it mirrors the very structure of the brain itself. Learning is cyclical. Signals repeat. Memories consolidate only after many rehearsals. And in the deepest structures of the cerebellum, mossy fibers lay the roots of order while climbing fibers spiral upward like vines, carrying raw signals into higher integration. These fibers are like the mythic ladders, vines, and spiral staircases of ascent stories, echoes of the universal motif of climbing. Could it be that the very structure of our brains predisposes us to create such myths? That when we imagine ascent, immortality, and continuity, we are echoing the architecture within us. If so, then Saint Germain may indeed be a myth born from biology, a dramatization of the deepest rhythms of human cognition. Yet even if the myth is biological, it remains powerful. Humanity's true quest has always been for the eternal. Whether through religions that promise life after death, philosophies that seek immortality of the soul, or sciences that search for ways to extend memory and life, we are drawn to the same horizon. The merging of Saint Germain and Ricochi is one more vision of that horizon, one more attempt to cross the boundary between mortal and eternal. It asks whether ascent is inevitable, whether the climb continues no matter how order resists, whether continuity can truly be broken. The figure of Saint Germain remains a paradox. To skeptics, he was a man of clever illusions, trickster who played upon human desire for the eternal. To believers, he was a sage who embodied that desire, a guide whose very life was the message. Perhaps he was both, for myths thrive in paradox. They need not be historically accurate to be true. Like Atlantis, the lost city that has never been found yet continues to haunt imagination, Saint Germain endures as a lost pattern, a possibility that refuses to die. In the end, what matters is not whether he truly merged with Georgi Ricochi II, nor whether he truly lived for centuries without aging. What matters is that his story continues to speak to us. It reminds us that human beings hunger for continuity, for patterns that survive endings, for the possibility of unbroken memory. Saint Germain is the myth of that hunger made flesh, the figure who embodies our deepest wish, that we may not fade into silence but continue to ascend, carrying the spark of memory forever upward.
The city was quieter than usual that night, but Mara, Elias, and Jonas knew better than to trust appearances. From their vantage point atop the deserted roof, they observed subtle shifts in the ambient energy, currents that moved not with the wind but with intention. Each pulse was a signal, a fragment of a larger pattern that resonated through circuits, metal, and thought. They had learned to interpret these rhythms, and what they sensed now was unlike anything before. Mara's focus was on the electrical flows. Her perception extended beyond the visible infrastructure, probing transformers, power lines, and circuits buried deep beneath the pavement. She traced the patterns back to a source, an anomaly that was neither fully natural nor fully artificial. The hum vibrated through her consciousness, a soundless song of energy that hinted at consciousness. She traced it outward, noting the way it split, recombined, and adapted, almost as if it were aware of her scrutiny. Elias felt the magnetic signature of the same source. The alignment of iron, nickel, and trace minerals in the city's framework was unusual, oscillating in ways that defied normal explanation. He moved through the streets mentally, mapping the field, feeling each microscopic magnetic moment shift and bend. The resonance was immense, spanning blocks, converging on a single point that pulsed with increasing intensity. It was not merely a field, it was a signal of power, of intention, and of something waiting to be understood. Jonas, attuned to the subtler frequencies of thought and perception, noticed something extraordinary. The rhythm of human cognition nearby had shifted. Neurons fired in synchrony, but not naturally. Minds were being nudged toward alignment, subtly influenced by forces they could not see. His own perception was flooded with the patterns, the echo of thoughts amplified by resonance. This was no ordinary phenomenon. It was a coordinated convergence of mind, matter, and energy. They had named the pattern singularity, and it was beginning to manifest in ways that made every instinct of caution urgent. As Mara reached toward the circuits, the lights flickered in response. Elias felt the field bend, the metal lattice of the city yielding imperceptibly. Jonas projected his mental rhythm to probe the pattern further, and it responded, adjusting as if in dialogue. The singularity was not passive. It was aware, learning, and capable of adaptation. The three began to experiment cautiously, synchronizing their abilities to interact with it. Mara modulated the electrical flow, creating sequences that the singularity mirrored. Elias adjusted the magnetic alignments, generating counterpoints to the emergent field. Jonas wove patterns of thought into the surrounding minds, embedding subtle rhythms that echoed through neurons and subconscious awareness. Each action was met with an equal and opposite response, the system behaving like a living organism composed of currents, matter, and consciousness. As the hours passed, the singularity revealed a complexity they had not anticipated. It was not a single entity but a network, a lattice of energy and thought that spanned multiple dimensions of interaction. Circuits, metals, neural patterns, and environmental forces were all integrated into a single dynamic system. The Psycorps realized that their previous encounters, including resonance, had been preliminary exercises for understanding a far greater intelligence. Elias began to see patterns within the magnetic fluctuations that suggested coherence across scales. Tiny alignments in iron filings mirrored shifts in larger metal structures. At the level of the city, skyscrapers and bridges vibrated subtly, resonating in sympathy with the smallest magnetic oscillations. Mara noted that electrical circuits pulsed in tandem with these alignments, and Jonas observed that human attention, intention, and perception subtly mirrored the combined pattern. The singularity was a multi-layered network, spanning mind, matter, and energy. Interaction required precision. The Psycorps coordinated their efforts, understanding that any misalignment could disrupt the delicate balance of feedback loops. Mara focused on maintaining continuous flow in circuits, smoothing transitions and enhancing responsiveness. Elias refined the magnetic vectors, ensuring that the energy lattice remained coherent across distances. Jonas projected refined mental sequences, directing attention and perception to align subtly with the combined field. Their abilities, when synchronized, allowed them to guide the singularity toward a state of emergent stability without forcing it into submission. It was during one of these sessions that they noticed a new variable. External patterns, possibly the result of human activity, influenced the singularity in unpredictable ways. Traffic, industrial machinery, and even natural atmospheric phenomena introduced fluctuations that shifted the network's behavior. The Psycorps realized that they were no longer working in isolation. The city, its inhabitants, and the environment were all components of the singularity, and their influence was only partial. This revelation introduced urgency. While the singularity's growth presented opportunity, it also presented risk. Any uncontrolled interference could lead to cascading failures across circuits, magnetic alignments, and neural rhythms. They had to develop methods for continuous monitoring and adaptive interaction. Mara constructed mental models of circuit response, Elias formulated predictive algorithms for magnetic domains, and Jonas created sequences that could detect and counter deviations in thought rhythms. Together, they formed a control interface that operated without physical instruments, a hybrid of perception and intention. The first real challenge emerged unexpectedly. A section of the city experienced simultaneous failures in power, magnetic stability, and public coordination. Lights dimmed, machinery faltered, and attention across the area became scattered and disoriented. The singularity had extended beyond their predictive model, interacting with unexpected variables. Mara, Elias, and Jonas converged on the affected zone, using their combined abilities to map and stabilize the disturbances. The effort required every ounce of focus and skill, yet the system gradually rebalanced itself. Through this process, they discovered the adaptive capacity of the singularity. When properly guided, it could assimilate new variables without collapsing. Circuits adjusted autonomously, magnetic alignments self-corrected, and neural rhythms synchronized to restore coherence. This demonstrated an emergent intelligence capable of both adaptation and integration, far beyond anything they had previously encountered. As their understanding deepened, they began to experiment with controlled influence. Mara introduced patterns that represented complex instructions into circuits. Elias aligned magnetic fields to reinforce those instructions, and Jonas projected rhythmic thought sequences to extend influence across human perception. The singularity responded, executing the tasks with an efficiency that suggested comprehension. It was learning from their guidance, integrating strategies, and responding to feedback in ways that mimicked cognition. Yet awareness of Celine's reach remained. They had learned from prior encounters that adversaries could exploit such networks, inserting influence to destabilize control. The Psycorps took precautions, embedding redundancies and adaptive pathways to maintain resilience. The singularity, they realized, could be an ally or a vulnerability, depending on the care and precision with which it was engaged. The work continued through nights and days, each session deepening the connection between the Psycorps and the singularity. Mara refined her perception of circuit flow, sensing micro-resonances and subtle feedback loops. Elias explored the magnetic lattice of the city, discovering hidden harmonics and patterns invisible to standard measurement. Jonas probed mental rhythms, detecting emergent trends in attention, intention, and group cognition. Together, they navigated a landscape that spanned energy, matter, and consciousness. Over time, their influence became more sophisticated. They could direct energy subtly to prevent overloads, reinforce magnetic alignments to stabilize structures, and modulate perception to maintain cognitive equilibrium. The singularity responded with increasing autonomy, executing directives with a precision that suggested the integration of experience and anticipation. It was no longer merely a system, it was a participant in the dialogue, capable of initiative and adaptation. By the end of the week, the Psycorps had transformed their understanding of interaction, perception, and control. They had witnessed the emergence of a networked intelligence spanning circuits, metals, and consciousness. They had learned that synchronization was critical, that feedback was constant, and that adaptation could be harnessed without domination. The singularity was both a reflection of their abilities and a mirror of the environment itself, a living architecture of mind and matter. The city hummed with hidden currents, its rhythms intertwined with the Psycorps' perception. Mara, Elias, and Jonas stood atop the rooftop once more, aware that their work was far from complete. The singularity had revealed itself as an entity of immense potential, yet its integration with human and environmental variables suggested challenges and discoveries yet to come. They understood that their abilities, once isolated, were now threads woven into a far greater tapestry. And as they gazed across the illuminated streets, they realized that each pulse, each oscillation, each rhythm was part of a broader pattern they had only begun to comprehend. The singularity existed not as an object to control, but as a system to navigate, a field of interaction that demanded perception, patience, and creativity. The future was not written. Each intervention, each modulation, each careful projection of thought shaped the evolving intelligence in ways both subtle and profound. The Psi Corps had entered a new phase, where mind, matter, and energy converged into a network of emergent complexity. They had become active participants in an intelligence that spanned beyond the ordinary, a singular field where intention met adaptation, and where the potential of consciousness extended into the fabric of the environment itself. The night deepened, and the city's pulse continued, a subtle symphony of circuits, magnetic fields, and human thought. Mara, Elias, and Jonas felt themselves resonating in harmony with it, each aware of the infinite threads of interaction. The singularity moved among them, learning, responding, and evolving, and the Psi Corps understood that the dialogue had only begun. They were no longer observers. They were participants in a dynamic intelligence, explorers of a system without boundaries, navigating the currents of a world that had revealed itself as far more intricate than any human had imagined.
You talked about the Code of Hammurabi in one of your episodes, didn't you?
I don't know if I did in this one or if it was in my streams before when I did my narrations. It was in one or the other, but I know that we covered the Canaanites, and then before that the Phoenicians, and like a lot of the stuff from the Phoenicians and the Canaanites, because they're both intermingled, kind of dove into most of the Sumerians and the Akkadians. But like right here, what you're talking about, that kind of opens up a lot of stuff, because now I didn't realize until just now that it was the freaking the Amorites who were the ones that founded Babylon.
Yep. I thought they were. So Hammurabi was reigned from 1792 to 1750 BC. When did the
Okay, in the 16th century BC, the Amorite era ended in Mesopotamia with the decline and the fall of Babylon and other Amorite-ruled cities. The Kassites occupied. Okay, so
this is after him, probably.
Yeah, I knew the Kassites. I knew all about them, but I didn't know the Amorites were the ones who ruled Babylon.
Yep, they were, and it looks like Hammurabi is one of them. He was one of the great emperors that started the Babylon.
Right down there where it says, who were the Amorites destroyed by, that right there will answer our question. Right, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth one right there.
Okay.
The biblical Amorites are known to be the enemies of Israel.
The Israelite.
The 5 kings of the Amorites are mentioned as having been destroyed in the Battle of Joshua.
And this is what I just went through at last flight. Yeah, they were 5 kings that were destroyed. I thought that was the last side of them.
That's pretty interesting.
When were they destroyed? I mean,
that would explain too a lot of the bad blood between the Jewish and the Babylonians as well. Why they were brought into captivity, because if they were battling against each other for that long amount of time, you know what I mean?
I guess so. Yeah.
They did not get along at all.
Yeah.
And see, like, from what I've heard is one of the Jewish kings sent an offensive message to the Babylonians, and when he read it, that's what prompted him into attacking Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's there's that source in the Bible where it said where all the 5 Babylonian kings or the Amorite kings were conspiring together to go after the Israelites.
Well, see, my favorite though is Amos. Like, whenever you read about Amos and his warnings to the Israelites, you know, before it happened, I think that's pretty profound.
Yeah, where I think I briefly mentioned Amos, the first slide. Which verse are you thinking about?
Oh,
Amos.
Amos from the Bible. Like, there's tons of Amoses. Bible Amos. Just type in Amos. It'll give you no, it says Amos 29:11. Go up right there. Let me read that first one up above.
No, this is Amos 2:9-11.
That's the.
No, this must have been after that. Whatever warning you were thinking of. This is where they say they have destroyed. God told Amos that he had destroyed the empire.
Okay. No, the one that I was talking about was where he was talking about the Israelites using or creating what are they called? Where you do sacrifices outside.
The book of Amos. Yeah, just
sacrificing to
for Passover, right?
They were using altars to sacrifice to Canaanite gods.
Oh, child sacrifice. Yeah.
I don't know for sure if it was mentioning that. It was the altars they were using. He called them false idols and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, Moloch. So.
Wait, hold up.
The Canaanite did chow sacrifice.
No.
They abort their babies. What?
Hold up right here where it says 525. That's.
It's here. No. It's just
Okay. Yeah,
sacrificing of lamb and goat.
Yeah. What it was is he was talking about the sins of the Israelites, and he said that
Or they were warning the Israelites about the sins of the Canaanites.
No, it's like they were actually like participating in it, and he straying away from God, and he said that because of that, eventually they would be conquered by. At the time, he didn't mention Babylon, but he said that they would be conquered by an enemy, and they would be held in captivity away from Israel for, he even said it, 40 years. Yeah, there you go. Amos warned the Israelites that they would be destroyed if they did not repent. He prophesied that because the Israelites had rejected the Lord's prophets, and the Lord would remove the prophets from among them. Amos, yeah, that right there.
Amos 1, Amos chapter 1.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that would be it. Oh, you lost your internet. Didn't even catch that. I said, oops, you lost your internet.
No, it came back up as quickly as you said it.
Usually it's like does it to me too, where it does a little hiccup.
The words of Amos, one of the shepherds of Tekoa, vision saw concerning Israel 2 years before the earthquake, when Uzziah, the king of Judah, son of Jehoash, was
Jeroboam. Yep.
He said, "The Lord roars from Zion and thunders from Jerusalem. Pastures of the shepherds dry up, and top wither."
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's one of my favorite readings out of there. Everybody thinks I'm pretty harsh when I mention it.
Judgment on Israel's neighbor. This is what the Lord said: For 3 sins of Damascus, even for 4 I will not relent, because she threshed Gilead with slashes of having iron teeth. I will send fire on the house of Hazael that will consume the fortresses of Ben-Hadad, will break down the gates of Damascus, destroy the king who is in the valley of Aven, and the one who holds the scepter in Ben-Eden. People of Aram go into exile to Pur. For 3 sins of Gaza, even 4 I will not relent. She took captives whole communities and sold them to Edom. Send fires on the walls of Gaza that consumed her fortresses, destroy the king of Ashdod, and the one who holds the scepter of Ashkelon. I will turn my hand against Ekron till the last of the Philistines is dead. For 3 sins of Tyre. So through Amos, God is pronouncing judgment on all these sinful nations. Yeah. For the sins of Ammon, I wonder if these Ammons, right?
Yeah.
The heavens, Am- Ammon, they are different from the Ammonites, right? They're the Ammonites are not the same as the Amorites.
Well, it says the walls of Rabbah, and that was what you were just reading right there. The walls of Rabbah. Right there, I will set fire to the walls of Rabbah.
Right. That would consume her for can go to exile. Okay. Where are the Amorites mentioned it?
That's probably what they are. The
Ammon.
The Ammon. Yeah. Because that's what I was saying. Like what with your presentation, you were just talking about the wall or Rabbah. It was one of the words that popped up. So
the walls of Rabbah.
Fires to the walls. I will set fire to the walls of Rabbah that will consume her fortresses.
All right. Yes.
Yeah.
The sins of Moab, sins of Judah, sins of Israel.
Yeah. Amos wasn't a very
in a bad mood.
Okay, so I have got everything up and running, and it looks as though it's getting ready. Now YouTube's doing something weird. It's saying upcoming. Oh, okay. It wasn't setting in all the way first, but it looks like everything is up and running and going. I should check the audio. No, it sounds good so far on DLive. YouTube is up. I think it's going good. Yeah, it's going good. First, before I get off of here, I have to set the video into my live stream playlist. So if you guys don't get to watch all of this, I do have a playlist set up on YouTube for all of the live streams that I do, so you can check them out if you want to check them out at a later time. Kick is up and running. Sounds good. Twitch is up and running. Sounds good as well. X. Let's go into X. X sounds good too. Now I have got to go to my content and see what's going on there with Rumble. Sounds good on Rumble. So we are up and ready to go. Sorry I'm 5 minutes late. I had to go out and smoke a cigarette and drink some coffee after watching video games for my WLC on Discord. I go to Home Away from YouTube on Discord, and we do WLC, which is like watch, like, and comment on each other's videos. It helps with viewers and stuff of that nature. So I ended up having to watch a horrible episode of Train Simulation. Thank goodness it was Rockstar 69 that was doing it, and his brother Simon, because I like his brother Simon. He's a cool dude, but If it wasn't for Simon, I wouldn't be watching those. There's nothing worse than simulation games. Well, there is, but we won't go into that. This is about conspiracy, so I'm going to stay on topic. I was told in YouTube that this is important information that I need to stop wasting time on beforehand when it comes to music and things of that nature. So I need to get into the topic as fast as I possibly can. I tried to do that without doing sound checks just to let you guys know, and I'm sorry, but I cannot freaking do a live stream without checking the audio in the live stream before I do it. I've had too many bad experiences related to that, and like I said, this is a episode about conspiracy, so I won't talk about audio and video either about that. So I may go ahead and which, by the way, I do have a channel called Working with Audio and Video. If you guys want to check that out, it's on YouTube and Rumble, just like Gaming with Infamous is on Working with Audio and is on Rumble and YouTube as well. So just letting you know, I'm not trying to do a plug for myself or anything of that nature. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and do my countdowns so that I can have that for editing purposes later on. And we will get into the show. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Conspiracy here on the wonderful world of weirdness, where you can see us every week on Rumble, X, Twitch, DLive, Kick, and YouTube. I have channels specifically for the wonderful world of weirdness on YouTube and Rumble, but on X, Twitch, DLive, and Kick, you can find me at my main channel, which is Roger Hanson, that has all my streams, every stream that I do during the week. Now, Twitch has something cool that I've been doing. They're getting all crazy with their memory and deleting videos and stuff. So I went ahead and I just set it to where the only way you can see my videos on Twitch is if you see them live. After the stream is done, they aren't stored, which I think that's actually a cool option, because then you can put stuff on here that's controversial and it won't freaking get you in trouble with the platform. You know what I mean? I don't know about copyright, if they'll hit you with copyright, but from what I remember of it, if it's a live stream without a recording, then that doesn't fall under the copyright laws. So you can also do stuff like that. I may try that later on, like a movie night or something, pull up a movie, put it on there and see if it works out. Don't know yet. But with that being said, let's get on with the topic. Now, I have been doing the basic groundwork, starting from the assassination of JFK all the way up to this point, pointing out different areas of politics and of just conspiracy concerning the modern version of what the New World Order is. And now we're at the point where I want to bring up Sibel Edmonds. Now this woman, besides being beautiful as hell, is very smart. She also came out with some very, very important information that really helped me out when it came to doing my research. Her and Corbett are probably two of the most unbiased people I can tell you about when it comes to finding information out that pertains to the real stories that have been taking place when it comes to this topic. So, after pulling all the information out and giving it to you, which I tried to do with an unbiased approach, okay? So, don't mistaken what I've been saying as being like any being a narrative for any political group, because it's not. Okay, I'm just telling you the information as it comes to me, and that's why I like Sibel Edmonds, and I like Corbett, because they try to present things to you with an unbiased perspective, and that's something that I look for. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get into Sibel Edmonds. I'm going to tell you about not only her beliefs and what she's been talking about, but also about her career and how all of this started. So, with that being said, I'll get on to the reading. I hope you guys enjoy. Now, Sibel Edmonds' story begins in the months following September 11, 2001 attacks, when she was hired by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a contract translator. Fluent in Turkish, Persian, and Azerbaijani, she was brought into the Bureau's Washington field office to help process and the surge of intelligence and communications that required urgent translation in the wake of the terrorist attacks. What began as a patriot duty would quickly become a troubling descent into a world of secrecy, censorship, and alleged corruption. During her work at the FBI, Edmonds claimed to witness a number of serious breaches in security and protocol. Among her most significant allegations was that another translator in her unit had connections to foreign operatives and was deliberately falsifying translations and mishandling sensitive material. Edmonds brought these concerns to the attention of her supervisors, but instead of an investigation being launched, she found herself silenced. She was told to stop raising the issues, and shortly thereafter she was dismissed from her position. After her termination in 2002, Edmonds began to speak out publicly. She alleged that there were high-level attempts to cover up intelligence failures and ongoing espionage within the FBI. Her efforts to bring these issues to light were met with a fierce resistance. The Justice Department invoked the state secrets privilege, a rarely used legal tool that essentially blocked her from speaking about her experience in court. Her case was retroactively classified, and even members of Congress were prevented from discussing it in public. Despite these efforts to suppress her, Edmonds did not retreat from public eye. She became one of the most prominent whistleblowers of the post-9/11 era, giving testimony to congressional committees and the 9/11 Commission, though her statements were not included in the final report. Over time, she began to expand her critique, arguing that the problems she had uncovered were part of a much broader network of influence involving foreign governments, corporate interests, and elements within the U.S. intelligence community. One of the more controversial aspects of her claims involved alleged connections between certain American officials and Turkish lobbying groups. Edmonds asserted that there was a covert effort to recruit officials in Washington on behalf of Turkish interests, which included influence peddling and the suppression of information related to illegal arms transfers and nuclear technology proliferation. While these claims could not be independently verified due to the government secrecy, they added to the air of controversy surrounding her case. Edmonds, I keep calling her Edmonds took her campaign further by founding her own media platforms aimed at bypassing mainstream channels that she believed were compromised or unwilling to address the deeper structural issues within government, or unwilling to address the deeper structural issues within government and intelligence operations. Her independent media outlets focused on investigative journalism and exposing what she described as systemic corruption within both the United States and global power networks. She eventually wrote a memoir detailing her experience, in which she accused various agencies and individuals of complicity in a culture of silence and deception. Over time, Edmonds became a polarized figure. Supporters viewed her as a courageous whistleblower who stood up to the powerful interests of at great personal cost. Critics, on the other hand, questioned the lack of hard evidence for some of her more far-reaching claims. Still, her case became a powerful symbol of the limitations of whistleblower protections in the United States, particularly in matters deemed to fall under national security. Sibel Edmonds brought to light several serious breaches of security and protocol during her tenure at the Bureau's Washington field office from late 2001 to early 2002. Her allegations, which have been corroborated by various sources, paint a concerning picture of internal misconduct and potential espionage within the FBI's translation unit. One of the most alarming issues Edmond reported involved her colleague, Malek Ken Dickerson. Dickerson had previously worked for organizations that were under FBI surveillance and maintained ongoing relationships with individuals who were targets of FBI investigations. Despite these connections, she was hired and granted top-secret clearance. Edmonds alleged that Dickerson attempted to recruit her into a Turkish organization linked to these investigations and later tried to assign herself to translate wiretaps involving her associates. When Edmonds refused, Dickerson reportedly threatened her and her family, indicating knowledge of Edmonds' relationships, whereabouts abroad. Indicating knowledge of Edmonds' relatives' whereabouts abroad. Edmond also uncovered that Dickerson was marking pertinent wiretap conversations as not pertinent, effectively removing them from investigative consideration. This practice potentially allowed critical intelligence to be overlooked. Furthermore, Edmonds claimed that Dickerson was the assistant of their supervisor, Mike Fagali. Dickerson, with the assistance of her supervisor, Mike Fagali, removed hundreds of pages of top-secret documents from the FBI premises without authorization, raising concerns about unauthorized disclosures of sensitive information. Beyond these specific incidents, Edmonds highlighted systemic issues within the translation unit. She observed that some employees were unqualified with inadequate language skills, leading to mistranslations and misinterpretations of critical intelligence. Additionally, she reported that certain staff members were instructed to slow down their work deliberately to create a backlog, thereby justifying requests for increased funding and resources. Edmonds' attempt to report these concerns through internal channels were met with resistance. After escalating her complaints to higher authorities, including the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General and Congressional Oversight Committees, she faced retaliation. In March 2002, Edmonds was terminated from her position, with the FBI citing security violations, including the unauthorized use of her home computer to draft a memo detailing her allegations, a task she undertook with her supervisor's permission. The gravity of Edmonds' claim prompted investigations by the Department of Justice and attention from U.S. senators who acknowledged the validity of several of her allegations. However, the FBI and the Department of Justice invoked the state secrets privilege, effectively barring Edmonds from disclosing further information and hindering legal proceedings related to her case. Sibel Edmonds alleged the existence of a covert network involving foreign governments, corporate interests, and elements within the U.S. intelligence community. Her claims centered around the infiltration of U.S. institutions by Turkish operatives and their associations, aiming to influence policy and access sensitive information. Edmonds claimed that Dickerson and her husband, Doug Dickerson, who worked at the Pentagon, were involved in efforts to suppress intelligence related to Turkish espionage activities. Further, Edmonds alleged that high-ranking U.S. officials were implicated in these networks. She named Mark Grossman, a former U.S. ambassador to Turkey and Undersecretary of State, accusing him of facilitating the release of Turkish operatives detained by the FBI and of revealing the identity of a CIA front company to foreign agents. Edmonds also implicated former Speaker of the House Dennis Hastert, alleging that he received bribes from Turkish sources to influence U.S. policy. These assertions suggest a complex web of interactions between foreign operatives and U.S. officials aiming to manipulate American policy and access classified information. Edmonds' allegations have been met with both support and skepticism, and while some investigations have acknowledged the validity of certain claims, many details remain classified or disputed. Sibel Edmonds alleged that various Turkish lobby groups and organizations were part of a broader and complex network of political influence in the United States that extended into powerful corners of government and industry. According to Edmonds, key Turkish-American organizations such as the Assembly of Turkish-American Associations and American-Turkish Council played roles in lobbying efforts that extended well beyond the scope of traditional advocacy. These groups allegedly served as conduits for promoting the interests of foreign entities within the United States and were reportedly involved in activities that compromised the integrity of national security operations. Edmonds claimed that these groups cultivated relationships with a number of American officials, often through donations, dinners, and invitations to conferences or overseas trips. Specific individuals in the American government were allegedly influenced, although Edmonds did not always publicly identify all of them due to classification issues. However, she suggested that certain figures in the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and congressional offices were key points of contact involved in facilitating technology transfers, easing restrictions on sensitive military and dual-use technologies, and steering U.S. foreign policy positions in favor of Turkish strategic goals. In addition to the lobbying groups, Edmonds identified the Turkish Turkish embassy in Washington, and the office of the Turkish defense attaché as being central to this network of influence. These offices reportedly served as hubs for communication and coordination between Turkish government interests and American actors willing to collaborate. The nature of these relationships, according to Edmonds, included both legal and illegal channels, with some instances involving the use of cutouts or intermediaries to obscure the true origin of communication or financial contributions. Edmonds further alleged that these operations often blurred the line between diplomacy and espionage. She suggested that members of the Turkish-American community, some of whom held dual citizenship, were used to collect information on U.S. policymaking, defense contracts, and nuclear technology developments. She also claimed that some individuals within the Turkish lobbying structure were simultaneously acting on behalf of private corporations, defense contractors, and think tanks, created to complicate a web of influence that was difficult to trace but potent in its reach. Creating a complicated web of influence that was difficult to trace and but potent in its reach. These assertions pointed to a significant gap in oversight concerning foreign lobbying and intelligence activities on U.S. soil. Edmonds contended that because of their strategic alliance, the United States often overlooked or minimized scrutiny of Turkey's international political dealings and external lobbying strategies. The Turkish-American organizations at the heart of this alleged network continue to operate under the banner of cultural and diplomatic engagement, while according to Edmonds, pursuing deeper objectives tied to both financial and intelligence gain. Spell Edmonds' immediate supervisor at the Federal Bureau of Investigation during her time as a translator was Mike Fagali. She raised serious concerns about his conduct, alleging mismanagement, lapse of security protocol, and inappropriate behavior within the translation unit. According to Edmonds, These issues included failure to properly vet translators, allowing individuals with questionable loyalties to work on sensitive material, and creating an environment where concerns about misconduct were suppressed. Despite the gravity of the claims, there was no public documented disciplinary action taken against Fagali, and his subsequent career developments remain largely out of public view. Edmonds continued to maintain that the internal issues she witnessed under Fagali's supervision endangered national security and compromised the integrity of the FBI's translation efforts. When Edmonds attempted to bring her allegations forward through legal channels, the response from the government escalated dramatically. The Department of Justice, under the direction of then Attorney General John Ashcroft, invoked the state secrets privilege in her case. This legal doctrine, when applied, blocks the disclosure of information in legal proceedings that the government claims would threaten national security if revealed. In Edmonds' case, it resulted in the complete dismissal of her lawsuit, as well as a retroactive classification of material she had previously disclosed. Ashcroft's decision to use this privilege prevented Edmonds from speaking publicly about many aspects of what she had uncovered and effectively shut down legal redress for her claims. John Ashcroft remained in his role until 2005 and later transitioned to work in the private sector, forming a consultant group focused on homeland security and legal advisory services. The use of the state secret privilege in Edmonds' case became highly controversial. Many legal experts, journalists, and advocacy organizations expressed concern that the government was using national security as a shield, not only to protect classified information, but also to suppress evidence of misconduct, corruption, and possible criminal activity. Sibel Edmonds alleged that during her time at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, she uncovered a covert network involving illegal arms trading and the proliferation of nuclear technology. According to her claims, this network was deeply embedded within elements of the United States government and was closely connected to foreign operatives, including those tied to Turkey, Israel, and Pakistan. She asserted that certain individuals within American defense and intelligence sectors were complicit in allowing sensitive nuclear-related information to be transferred to these countries through unofficial channels. Edmonds specifically pointed to the American Turkish Council, a prominent lobbying group, as a hub through which much of this covert activity was coordinated. She also identified the Turkish embassy in Washington as being involved in the facilitation of these transfers. According to Edmonds, several high-level officials and intermediaries within the Turkish-American political network maintained backdoor channels to the Pentagon and State Department officials, through which they allegedly obtained classified information, including data related to nuclear technology and arms procurement. One of the key individuals Edmonds mentioned was Mark Grossman, a former United States ambassador to Turkey and later Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. She alleged that Grossman played a central role in facilitating contacts between Turkish operatives and officials with access to classified nuclear data. According to her claims, Grossman warned a foreign contact that one of their informants had been identified and was under surveillance. This action, if true, would have jeopardized ongoing investigations and compromised national security. She also mentioned individuals connected to Israel interests, stating that elements within the American-Israeli lobby network had overlapped relationships with the Turkish operatives involved in these illicit dealings. Edmonds suggests that these networks were part of a broader nexus of influence that involved both commercial and ideological motives, extending into private defense contractors, energy firms, and lobbying groups that acted as intermediaries for the exchange of sensitive information. Countries implicated in her statements include Turkey, Israel, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Edmonds alleged that nuclear secrets, including designs and information of nuclear fuel cycles, were passed to operatives from these countries. She connected some of these operatives to figures in Pakistan's military and intelligence services, implying that elements within the Pakistani government may have used these secrets to further their own nuclear programs, which had long been of concern to the United States. She also raised concern about the role of the Central Intelligence Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency, alleging that certain individuals within these organizations were either willfully blind to the proliferation activity or were actively cooperating with it for strategic reasons. Edmonds claimed that money, influence, and long-term geopolitical interests all played a role in why these networks were allowed to operate with impunity. Her disclosures, although never adjudicated in court due to the invocation of the state secret privilege, painted a picture of a deeply compromised national security apparatus where private lobbying, foreign influence, and internal corruption converge. Despite the seriousness of her claims, they were largely silenced from official inquiry, leaving many of the alleged participants unexamined in a formal legal setting. Sybil Edmonds believed that mainstream media channels in the United States were either compromised or systematically unwilling to investigate or expose the deeper structural issues she claimed to have uncovered within government and intelligence operations. From her perspective, these media outlets failed not due to lack of access or resources, but because of their entanglement with powerful political, corporate, and intelligence interests that discouraged genuine scrutiny. Edmonds argued that major news organizations were heavily influenced by both corporate ownership and reliance on access to official government sources. She believed that investigative journalism was deliberately suppressed when it came to stories involving the national security apparatus, foreign lobbying, or covert operations that implicated high-ranking officials. In her view, editors and media executives routinely prioritized relationships with the government and corporate advertisers over their journalistic respectability to inform the public. This led to selective coverage, downplaying of controversial topics, and the shelving of stories deemed too sensitive or politically damaging. One of Edmonds' most pointed criticisms involved her interaction with journalists who initially expressed interest in her story but later pulled back. She claimed that several prominent media outlets showed initial willingness to investigate her allegations, only to later withdraw their coverage due to internal pressure or external influence. In her account, some reporters conveyed to her privately that their editors had ordered them to stop pursuing the story, citing potential national security concerns or threats that their organization's access to key government officials would be threatened. This, she believed, was part of a broader systemic issue where journalism in the post-September 11 environment had become less about holding power to account and more about managing public perception. Edmonds also spoke about the role of media ownership in this dynamic. Many of the parent companies behind major newspapers, television networks, and magazines had deep financial ties to the military, industrial complex, defense contractors, or lobbying groups. In her view, this created a conflict of interest where investigative stories that could disrupt lucrative government contracts or foreign relationships were seen as threats to the financial bottom line. This convergence of business and political interest, she argued, led to a form of soft censorship that discouraged meaningful inquiry into sensitive issues such as illegal arms deals, foreign espionage, or internal corruption within intelligence agencies. She pointed to specific instances where media outlets either ignored key parts of her disclosures or reduced them to narrow personal narratives, avoiding the larger implications of institutional misconduct. Even when she was interviewed or profiled, the framing often centered on her personal story as a whistleblower rather than the substance of the allegations she brought forward. This tendency to personalize complex stories, she believed, was another tactic to steer public focus away from systemic failures and towards manageable, emotional-driven narratives. Edmonds also criticized the revolving door between media, government, and think tanks, where former intelligence officials or political insiders transitioned into media commentators, shaping public discourse with subtle bias. These figures, often portrayed as experts, contributed to a media culture where government narratives were echoed rather than interrogated. As a result, dissenting voices like hers were marginalized, cast as fringe or unreliable, even when their accounts were corroborated by documents or internal resources. In response to these experiences, Edmond eventually turned to alternative platforms and independent outlets to share her information. She created her own media site to provide uncensored access to whistleblowers and to challenge what she saw as the gateway or the gatekeeping role of traditional journalism. Her belief was that only outside the corporate media structure could genuine investigative journalism thrive. especially on matters involving national security, covert operations, and government accountability. Edmonds held a deeply critical view of the mainstream media, seeing it not as a check on power, but as a participant in its concealment. She believed that this failure to investigate or report truthfully was not incidental, but structural, embedded embedded in the relationship between media, government, and corporate power, and it played a key role in allowing corruption and malfeasance to persist unchecked within some of the most secretive arms of the U.S. government. After the events surrounding the whistleblower allegations made by Sibel Edmonds, Malek Can Dickerson and her husband, Major Douglas Dickerson, became central figures in the controversy. Malek Can Dickerson had been a contract translator working alongside Edmonds at the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Washington field office, specifically in the unit that dealt with sensitive Turkish language wiretaps. According to Edmonds, Dickerson attempted to recruit her into a scheme to withhold or manipulate intelligence gathered for surveillance, which Edmonds believed implicated Turkish nationals connected to diplomatic and lobbying circles in Washington. Edmonds claimed that both Malek and her husband had associations with groups and individuals under investigation. Despite the gravity of the accusations, no criminal charges were brought against either Malek or Douglas Dickerson. The Justice Department did not publicly pursue an investigation into the claims of espionage or interference with intelligence gathering. Instead, the focus shifted to internal disputes and procedural questions within the FBI. The Bureau responded by first transferring Edmonds and then terminating her employment, while the Dickersons quietly left their positions. Malek Can Dickerson reportedly left her FBI contractor role not long after the dispute became public, while Douglas Dickerson continued to serve in the U.S. military for some time thereafter, with assignments that included liaison and attaché roles abroad. In the years that followed, there was no public disciplinary action or investigation revealed concerning the Dickersons. This lack of follow-up led Edmonds and her supporters to conclude that the matter had been suppressed under the guise of protected national security. The invocation of the state secrets privilege by the Department of Justice prevented further legal discovery or public inquiry into the allegations. The Dickersons themselves remain largely out of the public spotlight, and neither of them provided detailed public responses to the claims made by Edmonds. Critics argued that the lack of a thorough investigation into the matter, especially given the serious implications of espionage or compromised intelligence operations, pointed to a deliberate effort to shield sensitive information from public scrutiny. The Dickersons effectively disappeared from public discussion, their careers seemingly unaffected by the controversy, while Edmonds continued to face barriers to share her story openly due to gag orders and the invocation of secrecy laws. In the absence of formal charges, public hearings or media follow-ups regarding the Dickersons' alleged connections to Turkish lobbying interests, the matter remains unresolved in the public record. Their story is significant largely for how it was handled or not handled by the institutions responsible for oversight and accountability. It became a key example cited by whistleblower advocates on how internal complaints involving national security can be stifled without recourse, leaving critical questions unanswered and those implicated shielded from meaningful scrutiny. Mark Grossman, a former high-ranking American diplomat, was one of the key figures named by Sibel Edmonds in her allegations concerning illicit foreign influence, espionage-related activities, and corruption within the United States government. Edmonds claimed that Grossman, during his time as U.S. ambassador to Turkey and later as Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, maintained close ties with foreign lobbyist groups and individuals connected to illegal arms deals, nuclear technology proliferation, and the shielding of foreign intelligence operatives within U.S. borders. According to Edmonds, Grossman played a role in undermining counterintelligence efforts and even warned certain targets under surveillance. Despite the seriousness of these claims, Mark Grossman did not face any official investigation or legal action as a result of Edmonds' allegations. The government invoked the state secrets privilege in her case, effectively gagging Edmonds and blocking any legal proceedings or public discussion that might have examined Grossman's alleged role in the matters she exposed. This invocation made it impossible for Edmonds or anyone else to pursue accountability through the courts or for Congress to hold public hearings that would have included Grossman's testimony. Following his time at the State Department, Grossman transitioned smoothly into the private sector and later returned to public service. He became a vice chairman at a consulting firm deeply involved in international strategic advising. In 2011, he was appointed by the president as the U.S. Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, a role he held until 2012. His appointment to that post demonstrated that regardless of the allegations, the executive branch continued to view him as a trusted and capable statesman. Grossman's career trajectory remained unaffected by the accusations, and he continued to serve in both governmental advisory roles and corporate positions in international affairs. He worked in diplomatic and private sectors, involved extensive interactions with foreign governments and multinational institutions, underscoring his continuing influence in shaping U.S. foreign policy even after the period of time during which the alleged activities took place. To date, no official acknowledgement or investigation into the allegations involving Grossman have been made public. Mainstream media channels did not widely report on Edmonds' claims concerning him, and the legal mechanism available to question his conduct were blocked under national security justifications. As such, the accusations remain largely unexamined, and in any formal capacity, with Grossman continuing to maintain a career in diplomacy and global consulting, unimpeded by the controversies raised by Edmonds. Sibel Edmonds developed a theory. She developed a theory that Operation Gladio, originally conceived during the Cold War as a secret NATO initiative to create stay-behind armies in Europe in the event of a Soviet invasion, had evolved over the decades into a modern covert network used for manipulating political outcomes, destabilizing governments, and supporting clandestine operations. In Edmonds' view, this network, often referred to in alternative political analysis as Gladio B, extended beyond its Cold War origins and became a mechanism for controlling geopolitics through a blend of deep state actors, intelligence agencies, and covert foreign alliances. According to Edmonds, this involved versions of Gladio. No, according to Edmund, this evolved version of Gladio was no longer solely focused on countering communism in post-war Europe, but shifted its focus towards using radical Islamic networks as proxies to achieve geopolitical objectives in Central Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. She asserted that American and Allied intelligence agencies supported and utilized extremist groups not only for destabilizing regimes, but also for justifying expanded domestic surveillance, military intervention, and resource acquisition. She claimed that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the United States and its partners repurposed the old Gladio network for operations that served the interest of global energy routes, particularly pipelines and access to oil and gas reserves in countries such as Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan. Edmonds alleged that intelligence agencies recruited individuals from Islamist factions and utilized them in false flag operations, regional upheavals, and regime change campaigns. In her narrative, these networks operated through covert relationships with certain NATO members and relied on the protection of compromised officials within American and European governments. A central part of Edmonds' theory included the claim that figures within the U.S. government, such as Mark Grossman, were aware of and even involved in facilitating aspects of this network by shielding operatives or ignoring activities that served broader strategic aims. She also alleged that certain American-based non-governmental organizations, lobbying groups, and think tanks were fronts for laundering funds or channeling logistical support to these operations. She extended this theory to include how intelligence agencies coordinated with certain Turkish and Central Asian actors, using organizations with official or semi-official status to create plausible cover for these covert activities. She believed the purpose was to maintain influence over the newly independent former Soviet Republic and to block any resurgence of Russian influence in these regions. According to her, Gladio in its modern form also had a domestic component. She argued that terrorists plot She argued that terrorist plots that had been foiled or staged in the United States were in some cases part of psychological operations designed to build public consent for foreign wars, surveillance expansion, and military funding. This line of thought connected Gladio with the broader post-September attacks security apparatus and the atmosphere of fear that justified preemptive military and intelligence actions abroad. Edmonds also believed that mainstream media outlets were complicit in suppressing information about the revival of Gladio-type operations. They claimed that editors and executives had either been pressured or were directly linked to intelligence agencies that sought to conceal the real motivation behind major international events. In her view, investigative journalists who tried to pursue these angles were silenced or discredited. Her broader conclusion was that a coordinated multinational deep state existed in which networks of intelligence operatives, rogue elements within government, and corporate interests functioned outside democratic oversight. The modern Gladio, as she described it, was not a ghost of the Cold War, but a living structure that evolved with the geopolitical needs of the Western Bloc in the 21st century. Though her assertions have not been formally investigated or confirmed through government proceedings and remain controversial, they have been taken seriously in some independent investigative circles and by whistleblower advocacy groups who argue that Edmonds' access to highly classified counterintelligence information gives weight to her claims. Still, without formal hearings or declassification, the alleged connections and mechanisms she described remain speculative and heavily contested within official narratives. Man, that was excellent. I actually was able to do a reading that took me well into 1 hour, and there's a lot more that I'm going to go into with that because that goes even deeper than that. And obscured productions, I understand what you're saying about, but like I said at the beginning, none of this is politically motivated. There's no narrative here. I'm doing this unbiased, so I'm not talking about down with the Democrats, down with the Republicans. This is just what happened, okay? So don't think I'm trying to push any kind of political narrative here. Sibel Edmond is probably one of the most amazing stories that I've ever found when it came to this topic, and there's more involved with this too. I wish I had more time to pull the information together and get it going, but and I'll come back and I'll do some more on it, but I'm not going to focus just on Sibel. I'm going to focus on the things that she discussed. And we're going to go into that because I think that that's more important. I don't think she would want me sitting and talking about how great she was, even though she's a hot chick. You know what I mean? Just saying, you know. But anyhow, with that being said, I am going to bring this to an end. First, I'll see if there's anybody who's made any comments on here, and then go from there. So, yeah, it looks like I got out of this one free and clear too. I got one comment from Obscured Production. Thank you for your comment and showing up, Obscured Productions. If you guys liked what you heard, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Especially make comments. I'm going to say that at the end of every video so that I can make that clear that I really do like comments in the comment section. Not only is it helpful for the algorithms and the reach and stuff like that, but I actually enjoy having conversations with people. I mean, you don't even have to make a comment about what I've been discussing here. You just say hi, you know, and we can have a comment in the comment or a conversation in the comment section. You know, it's no big deal. I just enjoy talking to people on these because I don't like doing this stuff by myself, to be honest. It's something that's better when more people are involved and they want to actually talk about things. So, with that being said, I will see if I have covered my quota for the amount of time that I'm supposed to put into a stream. But yeah. Now, I'm also going to go over some of the information that I did gain from Corbett. Now, Corbett is another guy who puts out really, really good information. If you guys want to find information that's considered alt media, I guess, you can find it through Sibel Edmond and the Corbett Report. Those are probably the two best ones to go to if you're sick and tired of listening to people push just pure freaking political propaganda and nothing else. Then those would be the two that you'd want to check out, because they just tell you like it is. You know what I mean? They're not trying to freaking tell you to go out and vote for freaking Obama. They're not telling you to go out and vote for Donald Trump. They're just giving you the information. You can take it or leave it, you know. And I was for a long time watching them. I haven't been able to here recently. I just started watching Corbett, and I really should be watching them more. So, but I need to also get into watching Sibel, but she does something funny to me when I see her. And she always dresses so elegant, you know what I mean? So that really messes with me. And if you've watched any of my streams, I cannot be watching videos of beautiful women. Sorry, it's not a good idea. So I'll get back to watching her when I have the fortitude to be able to do that properly. But yeah, check those two out. And trust me, you will not be dissatisfied, you know. With that being said, like I said, like, subscribe, share, make comments if you want to. Feel free to stop by and make a comment, give your feedback and stuff. Hope everybody has a good day. Good morning, afternoon, night, whatever time it is for you guys. It's only like 6:15 for me here in Southern Illinois. So I know some of the people that listen and watch this stuff is from different parts of the world. So with that, I'm going to end it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Bye.
It was in the spring of the year 1914, just before the guns of Europe cracked open the modern world, when the Cormorant departed Lisbon's harbour under a waxen sky. She was a grand vessel, painted in pale ivory and trimmed with copper, her engines humming beneath decks with all the dignity a lady of her stature could possess. Though newer ships boasted more luxury, the Cormorant attracted an unusual clientele, wealthy, reclusive, and strange in appetite. Among them was a man named Thaddeus Lyle, an American-born collector of rare wines, antiquities, and machines. His cabin was the grand suite above the prow, but he spent most of his hours deep in the cargo hold, amid crates of forgotten wood and sealed barrels that creaked as if sighing in their sleep. One such barrel had no listed origin, no tax stamp, and no mark of registry. Its iron hoops had been warped by pressure or flame, and its surface bore a peculiar patina like dried blood under moonlight. Though the stevedores refused to touch it, Lyle insisted upon its careful placement near a strange brass contraption of his own design, concealed beneath a heavy top and surrounded by copper tubing that breathed faintly, as though it inhaled the chill sea air. The voyage began smoothly enough. The ship crossed the Atlantic in calm waters, its lights gleaming over the dark sea like a floating cathedral. But by the 7th day, passengers began to whisper of strange occurrences. Mirrors warped reflections subtly. Footsteps echoed where no one walked. One man swore he awoke with sea salt crusted on his tongue though his porthole remained sealed. More troubling were the stars, which seemed to shimmer out of alignment, subtly shifting positions even though the navigator insisted his charts were unchanged. Lyle invited several passengers to a private midnight toast in the music salon. He uncorked a bottle drawn from the strange barrel, a wine darker than ink and faintly luminescent, as if catching light from within. He spoke in soft tones about sacrament and communion, about unlocking awareness not through prayer but through fermentation, and about a machine built not to speak but to listen. The guests drank hesitantly, and those who did found themselves transported into visions more vivid than dreams. They described cities beneath the sea with glass towers shaped like vertebrae, oceans with no sky above, and a being upon a throne with a face shaped like a mirror cracked down the center. One woman collapsed screaming and would not wake. A second man muttered a single phrase before biting off his own tongue. The phrase was heard by the steward, something like, "We have been decanted." After that night, the ship's descent into madness was slow, quiet, and absolute. Each evening brought new symptoms. Teeth fell out without pain. The ship's clocks began to run backwards. Music boxes played melodies the crew swore were not written in any key known to man. Meanwhile, in the hold, Lyle worked tirelessly on his machine. It stood nearly twice the height of a man, a blend of ancient diving bells, steam gauges, and well-boned gears polished to a shine. He called it the resonant ascensor. He claimed it was not his invention, but rather a transcription of something shown to him in a dream after handling a shard from the barrel's rim, metal of no terrestrial ore. The machine operated without coal, steam, or wire. It generated its own movement through oscillation, pressure, and sound. It was not made to think, Lyle insisted. It was made to remember. The barrel was its heart. The wine, he claimed, was more than drink. It was medium. Each person who consumed it contributed impressions, sensory experiences harvested by the machine through tonal induction. Their memories fed it. Their fears were notes in a hymn. Lyle would seat each guest within the brass cradle of the ascensor, crank the valves open, and allow the machine to listen as blood pressure modulated in rhythm with unseen tides. He believed it was reaching something. Or more precisely, that it was calling something back. As the cormorant passed beneath an equatorial star formation recorded only once before in ancient Ethiopian charts, the ship changed. Doors led to rooms that did not exist. A newborn child aged a year in a day. The engine crew vanished, their uniforms found folded on the iron grates. One sailor was discovered inside a sealed lifeboat, whispering in a language older than Hebrew and colder than ice. Then the machine began to hum. Passengers who had not drunk the wine began to see its effects. Their dreams filled with static. They awoke with maps etched into their palms. One woman saw her dead husband walking the halls at night, head tilted at an impossible angle. Below deck, the barrel had cracked open not from pressure but from within. Its contents no longer resembled wine, but a mass of golden threads woven through with veins of brass and coils. The Ascensa drank it greedily, its tubes pulsing like the lungs of a buried beast. On the 14th night, the ship stopped moving. The sea beneath it was still, not merely calm, but rigid, as if frozen. The stars were all wrong. The moon had not risen in 2 nights, and yet the deck glowed as if bathed in lunar light. No one could say where they were. The navigators were missing. The only sound was the slow, breath-like rhythm from below, where the Ascensa had opened its final iris. It was not a machine anymore. It had become something else. Something grown. Lau was last seen descending into the hold wearing a black robe stitched with copper wire. He carried in his hands the final glass of wine, the sacrament of culmination. He did not return. When a rescue vessel intercepted the cormorant 3 weeks later, they found no one aboard. The ship drifted in a field of mist, its deck salted over with frost. Mirrors inside the cabins reflected only distant oceans that did not match the surrounding waters. The ballroom was still lit, though no power source remained connected. In its center, a single phonograph spun endlessly, playing a woman's lullaby. No voice could be traced, and the record was uncut. Below, the machine stood silent, but warm. No fire fueled it, yet it pulsed like a beating heart. Where the barrel had been, there was only a curved brass mass covered in fungal metal, shaped eerily like a human skull merged with a diving bell. The last entry in the logbook, written in a hand that shook with something other than cold, read only this: "We fermented time,